Lexer. Lexer de Santos was cleaning up her classroom after a day of colouring and some sort of epic glitter fight that ended with most of her students covered in a combination of red, blue, and silver glitter. Lexer was in her first year of teaching at St. Thomas Aquinas Primary School as one of the kindergarten teachers. She was 24, 2 years older than the rest of the new teachers, but life happened and she had been unable to start teaching until now. Lexer really enjoyed teaching, and these first 3 months had been an absolute delight. While Lexer had some problems with the way the school was run, it didn't interfere with how much she adored her students. And as the lowest on the totem pole, she had been assigned to direct the Christmas pageant, which she wasn't completely panicking about just yet. She still had 4 weeks to pull something together, and most of the parents were incredibly involved in their children's education and extracurriculars. She had been given a co-director for the pageant, Nick Giovanni, the legal guardian and uncle of Lexer's student, Lacey. Lacey's parents had been killed in a car accident over the summer, and all of the single female and in the closet because this was a Catholic school. Male teachers and parents referred to Nick as the untapped potential, with his successful construction company and impressive new daddy skills with Lacey. Apparently, he had dated his way through almost all of Orange Grove, California and, if rumors were to be believed, all of the surrounding towns as well, but completely gave that up when he got custody of Lacey. Lexer and Nick saw each other a few times a week, at first to discuss Lacey starting kindergarten and what he would need to know to help her, and then about her anger issues regarding her parents' deaths. Lexer had training regarding grieving children, and she and Nick had set up counseling sessions for Lacey once or twice a week to help her with the huge changes in her life and just to make sure she was healing. After only a few sessions, Nick had complimented Lexer on Lacey's markedly different behaviour since she started seeing a Miss Lexi. Neither Lexer nor Nick were blind, and they both saw and appreciated that the other was extremely attractive. Lexer had long, dark brown hair she usually wore in a messy bun to protect from glue, glitter, and child-proof scissors. She had hazel eyes that seemed to change colour depending on her outfit and a tall, curvy figure. Nick was in men's shirtless calendar shape, as he didn't just own his construction company, but worked on the sites as well. His brown hair was cut short and he had dark green eyes. He also had perpetual stubble and a crooked grin that literally made women sigh as he walked past them. However, neither of them were looking for or were interested in a relationship, despite the obvious chemistry between them. They both had other, more important, priorities than finding someone to date or even just fool around with. Lexer also had to be aware of the behaviour clause in her contract, that basically said she couldn't embarrass the school with outrageous, UN Catholic-like behaviour. Lexer honestly never worried about that, as she didn't date and spent most of her private time at home. "Miss Lexi," a small voice said behind Lexer. She turned and saw Lacey Giovanni standing in her doorway, her book bag dragging on the floor and her eyes red and puffy. Lexer immediately kneeled and held her arms open, and Lacey jumped into them, crying. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" Lexer asked softly, holding Lacey to her. "Uncle R. Robbie was supposed to come get me and he didn't and I don't wanna go home," Lacey said, sobbing. Lexer gently picked her up, Lacey's arms tightening around her neck and her legs wrapping around Lexer's waist. Lexer carried her to their imagination storytime station, where Lexer had a giant rocking chair, pillows, and bin bag chairs for seats. She rocked Lacey back and forth, softly humming, until Lacey let go of the death grip she had on Lexer's neck. Lacey sat down on her lap, wiping the tears off her cheeks with the backs of her little hands. Lexer held up a tissue and Lacey messily blew her nose into it. "What is going on, sweetheart?" Lexer asked. "You wouldn't be this upset over nothing." "Thanksgiving is in a week," Lacey said in a small voice. Lexer gently moved Lacey's hair behind her ear. "Okay," said Lexer, waiting patiently for Lacey to tell her why that mattered. Mummy and I always started decorating the house 1 week before Thanksgiving so we could put up stuffed toy turkeys and corn copies. Connu copies, Alexa gently corrected her. Lacey nodded vigorously. Oh, here, those. And then we would start decorating for Christmas. When I told Uncle Nicky we had to start decorating tonight, he said it's not even December and we only decorate for Christmas. I see, Alexa said. And did you tell Uncle Nicky why you needed to start decorating now? I couldn't. Lacey cried. Granny took me to school today 'cause Uncle Nicky had some meeting and Uncle Robbie was supposed to pick me up, but he never came. Oh, sweetie. Lexa stroked Lacey's hair, calming her down. I'm sure your Uncle Nicky will listen when you two have more time to talk. And I know your Uncle Robbie must have a very good reason for not coming to pick you up. Is he in heaven with Mummy and Daddy and the angels, so he couldn't come? Lacey asked sadly, breaking Lexa's heart. Oh, no, sweetheart, I'm sure he's fine. Lexa made a snap decision as she looked at Lacey's tear-streaked face. Do you know what site your Uncle Nicky is working at today? The one with the new apartments next to the dentist and McDonald's. Would it be okay if I took you over there? Lexa asked. Then I can talk to Uncle Nicky about the decorations. Would you? Lacey grabbed Lexa around the waist, holding onto her tightly. Thank you, Miss Lexi. You're welcome. Simon, I have a 6 years and under seat in my car, which should be perfect for you. Lexa grabbed her bag and gathered up all her stuff, shooting off a quick text to her little sister, Angie. Then, with Lacey holding her hand and skipping along beside her in the hallway, Lexa got ready to see Nick Giovanni. Nick Giovanni was exhausted. His company had 3 projects they were trying to finish before the new year and parenting Lacey was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. When Nick's older brother and business partner, Theo, and his wife, Summer, had asked if they could list Nick as Lacey's guardian, it had seemed like a no-brainer to say yes. Theo and Summer were young, healthy, trying for another kid, and they just weren't one of those families that tragedy happened to until, suddenly, they were. Nick's South family was incredibly close and for 2 months after the accident, his mother, Grace, and father, Tony Sr., lived with him and Lacey. Unfortunately, Tony Sr. had lung cancer, and Grace couldn't raise Lacey and care for her husband at the same time. So, at the beginning of the school year, they moved back home which, to be fair, was so close it would only take Lacey a few minutes to walk there. Nick's younger brothers, Robbie and Tony Jr., helped when they could, but Nick didn't trust Robbie and knew he couldn't rely on Tony Jr. for round-the-clock help. Robbie was an unrepentant man or something Nick related to, but completely gave up when he got custody of Lacey. He had no problem parading half-naked women in front of his niece, no matter how many times Nick told him to stop. Tony Jr. was still in college and helped as much as he could, but his classes and extracurriculars made it impossible for him to always step up no matter how willing he was. At this point, Nick felt he was basically raising Lacey with her gorgeous kindergarten teacher, Lexa DeSantos. Nick sighed as he thought about Lexa. The woman was beautiful, but didn't he seem to realize it? You were just as likely to find her with crazy, wild curls and flushed cheeks, laughing after chasing after the kids in her class, than you were to find her in oversized, paint-stained button-downs and her hair in a messy bun. She never seemed to wear makeup and yet still managed to outclass and outlook every club where Nick had ever been with. He also had to admit her utter disinterest in him made her even more fascinating. Nick glanced up as Robbie came into the trailer they had on the worksite, stomping his feet and blowing on his hands, then returned to the mountain of paperwork in front of him. Dude, it's colder than Santa's balls out there, Robbie said. Language, replied Nick, not looking up from his paperwork. He could almost hear Robbie rolling his eyes. I thought our Captain America language rule was just around Lacey, Robbie said. Where is the little munchkin, anyway? Nick froze, his pencil falling to the desk. He looked up at his brother, who seemed oblivious to the obvious tension now in the trailer. What the fuck do you mean? Where is she? Nick bit out, glaring at him. Robbie looked at Nick in bewilderment. Dude, why are you looking at me like that? I just asked where Lacey was. She's supposed to be with you, shithead. You were supposed to pick her up after school. Nick shouted. Robbie looked genuinely confused until the blood rushed out of his face, leaving him an eerie pale. It's Thursday, Robbie whispered. I had Lacey on Thursday so you could finish up the apartments. Shit, Nicky, I'm so fucking sorry. Robbie paced for a few seconds before turning back to Nick. But someone has to have seen her, right? I mean, the school wouldn't let her just walk home, right? Robbie looked scared for his niece, but Nick couldn't see it through the anger and panic he was feeling. The school doesn't have a permission slip for Lacey to ride the bus. Who the fuck knows if they even check those sorts of things? I swear to God, Robbie. Nick had his hand wrapped around the front of Robbie's shirt, and Robbie was trying to kick out to make his big brother let him go. We'll find her, all right, just let me. Robbie was interrupted by a loud knock on the trailer door. Then Pete, the company's best foreman, walked in, not even surprised to see Nick and Rob at each other's throats. Boss, there's Lexer DeSantos here, Pete said. She's got little Lacey with her. Said Lacey's ride didn't he show? Nick dropped Rob, taking in a deep breath. Oh, thank God, he said in relief. Thank you, Jesus. Robbie shouted. Where are they? Pete glanced at Nick, who nodded. There by the southwest guard shack, Pete answered. Lacey wanted to get out and play, but Miss DeSantos convinced her to listen to a story instead. Last I saw her, little Lacey looked like she was falling asleep. I'll go get her, said Rob. You'll keep yours right here, and Nick snapped. I'll get Lacey. You got things handled, Pete? Sure thing, boss, Pete answered. Nick walked quickly out of the trailer, thanking God Lacey was safe and she had a teacher who cared so much about her, she was willing to bring her home. Lexer. Lacey Giovanni had fallen asleep on Lexer's arm, but she didn't mind. Lacey's unhappiness over her holiday traditions was making it obvious she was still dealing with some deep-seated issues regarding her parents' deaths. This, combined with her new living situation, was causing her to act out, and Lexer felt a responsibility to help this little girl. There was a sharp knock on the front window and Lexer cracked open the back where she was sitting with Lacey, holding her finger to her lips in a hushing motion. She gently moved Lacey's head and got out of the car, looking up at Nick Giovanni. He looked both scared and relieved to see Lacey. Nick nodded his head toward the left, a little ways from the car, so they could talk, but not too far that they wouldn't be able to hear Lacey. Thank you so much, Ms. DeSantos, and Nick said, his gratitude obvious. My brother was supposed to pick her up today, but Nick took a deliberate pause, whatever he was about to say about his brother most likely unflattering. Well, he, forgot. I'm so grateful you found her. Lexer started. About that. I didn't actually find Lacey, she found me. She was incredibly upset over not decorating the house for the holidays. Nick frowned, then waved his hand. Oh, that. It wasn't a big deal. She just wanted to decorate early, that's all. Lexer stared at the ground, clearing her throat, before piercing Nick with her blue-grey eyes. I think that's the problem, Mr. Giovanni. Things you're taking as small occurrences, Lacey is taking as gigantic disasters. She made it very clear to me she and her mother would set out small decorations the week before Thanksgiving, then decorate the house throughout the Christmas season. This is clearly an important part of the holidays for Lacey, and I think it would be a mistake to stop them. Ms. De Santos, and Nick said, sounding frustrated, I appreciate the advice, but there just isn't tea time to decorate for over a month. My sister-in-law might have been able to, but I can't. Lacey will just have to get used to this new normal. Lexer let out a disappointed sigh, running her hands through her hair. Perhaps we could schedule another session or two before the holidays, so Lacey understands she is still celebrating, just in a different way. I don't know if there will be time, said Nick, seemingly willing her to understand. Between helping with this pageant thing and making sure all the cruise work is finished on time, it'll be difficult to get Lacey back and forth between home and school. I'm trying, Ms. De Santos. It's Lexer. What? Just call me Lexer. And I do understand how difficult things can get, especially when you don't have a partner to help share the load. Just think about it. All right, Mr. Giovanni. Nick. Hugh? Lexer asked as she walked around to Lacey's door, getting ready to carry her out. Nick gently hip-checked her and picked up his niece, still sleeping through the sounds of the construction site. If you're Lexer, I'm Nick, he said with a smile. And I'll try and find some time for Lacey to see you on Saturday once we start planning the pageant. I believe we have a board of directors helping us. You're joking, Lexer said, gaping at Nick. I wish. This town takes its pageant seriously, Lexer said. Har, you have no idea, Nick replied. I'll see you soon. Oh, and thank you again. Lexer nodded and waved, getting back in her car and definitely not ogling Nick Giovanni's biceps. She shook her head at herself as she drove off the worksite. You are screwed, as she mumbled. You are so fucking screwed. Lexer turned toward home, trying with everything in her not to imagine what a man with perfect core strength could do to a woman. Angie? Lexer yelled out for her little sister, arriving back almost 2 hours later than planned. Ang? Mummy? TJ's little voice rang out. Then Lexer heard the herd of elephants that preceded her 3-year-old son's arrival. Lexer dropped everything and swooped TJ up into a hug, ignoring all of the stuff that had fallen from her bags. Hi baby, Lexer said, squeezing him. I'm sorry I'm so late. That's okay. Auntie Angie was teaching me magic tricks. Lexer looked at Angie, who had appeared behind TJ, with wide eyes. Angie and Lexer looked very similar, with the same slim, curvy figure and hazel eyes that changed colors, but Angie's hair was black and she had inherited their mother's more olive complexion. Magic tricks, who? Lexer asked. They wouldn't have anything to do with cards, would they? Has she taught you the same tricks? He asked TJ excitedly. Lexer sent her sister a quick glare, then focused on her son. Did Auntie Angie help with your letters and numbers? And shapes and colors? That's what the cards were for. I see. And dinner? Chicken, broccoli, pasta. Stop freaking out, he's fine, Angie said. Aren't you, little man? Angie and TJ did an exploding fist bump, making them both laugh. I'll see you tomorrow, handsome. Kay, love you. TJ called out, frowning as he tried to shuffle a deck of cards and failed miserably. Lexer led her sister to the front door, glaring at her. Teaching him to count cards at 3. Ang, really? Being 2 hours late. Lex, really? Angie retorted. Lexer took the hit hard, looking away from her sister. I'm really sorry. I should have been home earlier. Angie wrapped Lexer in a hug, stroking her hair. I'm sorry. That was a dick thing to say. I know you were taking a student home and TJ was fine, I promise. I'm sorry, Lexer said. You know I trust you with him more than anyone. Well, duh. Angie said with a laugh and an over-exaggerated hair flip. Lexer gave her sister a small smile, making Angie gently tuck some hair behind Lexer's ear. Tomorrow's another day, Angie said with a smile. I can't count the number of times you used to say that to me. Let today go. It's already in the past. Don't worry about the future. It isn't here yet. Focus on the present, because it's a gift. I was cheesy as fuck, wasn't I? Lexer said, making Angie laugh and Lexer grin. Then Kung Fu Panda stole my ancient wisdom. They even phrased it better. Angie agreed. Those DreamWorks bastards, Lexer said. This is why we're a Pixar home. Hey, I told you I would kick their arses, Angie reminded Lexer. I mean, how strong can they be? They're animators, for God's sake. One day, I might take you up on that, said Lexer, making Angie grin. Yay! Okay, I'm off. I've got a study group, then irresponsible decisions to make. That's my girl. They did a quick high five, then Angie took off for campus, where she was finishing her bachelor's degree. When Lexer got pregnant at 20, Angie piled on her classes so she could graduate high school early and help out her sister. Their parents, who had forbidden Lexer's marriage at 18, told her if she had the baby, they were cutting off all contact. Lexer, obviously, had the baby and she and Angie hadn't heard from her parents since then. Lexer carried around a great deal of guilt surrounding Angie's life and the decisions she had made to help her. Angie had waited a year to start college, and when Lexer got a job, Angie deliberately moved and switched schools so she would be close to Lexer and TJ. Angie never once made Lexer feel guilty. In fact, she told her multiple times her life wouldn't be complete without her sister and her nephew. Still, that couldn't make Lexer's guilt fade. In spite of her parents, Lexer had been incredibly lucky when it came to her in-laws. Her husband, Travis, parents had always been supportive of both her and Angie. They took both of them into their home when Lexer was 4 months pregnant and told her husband had been killed in a roadside bombing in Afghanistan. Tommy, Travis' older brother, was also in the military and still sent part of his paycheck to Lexer every month, despite her insisting it wasn't necessary. Travis' parents died in a car accident when she was 8 months pregnant and left Lexer their entire estate. She tried to divide the money with Tommy, who immediately refused. Because of their generosity, Lexer and Angie were able to take a year off between senior and freshman years of college, respectively. It also meant Lexer had more time to look for the perfect job while caring for TJ or Travis Jr., though no one called him that. Lexer would forever be grateful for the extra time she had with her son while he was still so young. Okay, baby, Lexer said, smiling at TJ as she entered the living room. I know I'm late, but it's bath, story, then bed. Mommy, groaned TJ, like Lexer had just informed him he could never eat ice cream again. See, Mon, Lexer said, practically pushing him to the bathroom. Faster we get it done, faster we can find out what those boxcar children are up to. TJ frowned, seeming to debate the pros and cons, before racing up the stairs to the bathroom. The old guy's the bad guy, TJ shouted, making Lexer laugh as she grabbed all the clothes TJ had discarded on his way to the bath. You always think it's the old guy. And I'm always right, TJ said, already in the bathtub. Mostly. Lexer shook her head with a smile, gently washing TJ's hair so the soap didn't get in his eyes. Every day, he looked more and more like his father, and every day, she remembered less and less of their relationship. It was a cruel trick of time, and Lexer wasn't sure she was strong enough to live through seeing her son turn into his father, the man she fell in love with when she was 6 years old and never thought she would have to live without. Her forever hero. Nick. Okay, Lacey, I have slightly milky mac and cheese. Nick frowned at his dinner efforts, but he had promised he and Lacey would have at least 4 home-cooked meals a week. Unfortunately, those didn't include the meals Nick tried to cook, failed, and they had to call for takeout anyway. Lacey sat at the kitchen table, frowning and pushing the watery mac and cheese around with her fork. Oh, wait, I also have, and Nick made a dramatic drumroll on the kitchen counter, hot dogs. That are weirdly still cold. Nick frowned at the hot dogs as Lacey sighed, then stood up and patted his arm. You tried, Uncle Nicky. What we really gonna have? Nick sighed and threw the frozen hot dogs in with the mac and cheese, and then threw all of that into the sink. Pizza, he said resignedly. Yay, Lacey cried, jumping up from the table. Kay, I want pepperoni. I'll be finishing my worksheet. Let me know when it's here. Lacey skipped upstairs and Nick rubbed his face before pressing 7 on their speed dial, getting them pizza. Nick couldn't figure out where he was going wrong. He just knew that he was, and everyone could see it, even Lacey's teacher. Nick glanced around the kitchen and living room, wondering if Lexer DeSantos was right and he needed to help Lacey decorate. Hey, Peanut? Nick called. Is the pizza here already? Lacey hollered back, upstairs in her playroom where she did all her homework. Nick shook his head, feeling like his brother and sister-in-law were silently judging him for screwing up their kid. No, not yet, and Nick replied. I was thinking about what you said. About decorating before the holidays. Okay. Lacey drew out the word, standing at the top of the stairs and staring down at him. Well, I was, thinking we could decorate a little this weekend. Miss Lexi talked to you, didn't she? Lacey said, frowning at her uncle. No, yes she did, and Nick caved, not even bothering to come up with a believable lie about why he changed his mind. So what do you think? We can't go over the top, but we can. Suddenly, Nick was holding onto the little body that came flying down the stairs and launched herself at him. We don't have to do much at all. Just. Lacey hugged Nick even tighter. Thank you. Mommy and I did this and I didn't want to stop just 'cause she's not here anymore. Nick smiled and hugged his niece, feeling grateful and guilty in equal parts. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Lacey wriggled out of his arms, taking off towards the door. Pizza, as she exclaimed excitedly. Make sure it's actually the pizza guy before you open the door. Nick yelled. I know, Lacey huffed, rolling her eyes. All Nick could think was he was raising a 6-year-old and a teenager wrapped up in one adorable package. Pizza guy. Lacey hollered. Come give him money. Nick couldn't help but laugh, paying for the pizzas and including a generous tip. Lacey had already started to the stairs with her slices when Nick cleared his throat. We're eating together, Peanut. Why? He asked Lacey, genuinely confused. Because even though I'm a terrible cook, we should still try and have meals together, he explained, guilt seeping in again over how he was failing to give Lacey a good home life like Theo and Summer had done. Kay. Lacey just shrugged and plopped down at the kitchen table, starting to peel off her pepperoni slices and stack them up to eat last. Nick sighed and grabbed a couple slices for himself before grabbing 2 glasses and filling them with milk. He could do this. It would be hard, but he and Lacey could be a family. Nick was pulling up to St. Thomas to drop Lacey off for school when he grinned, recognizing Lexer as one of the parking monitors that morning. When she started tapping on their window to hurry them along, he rolled it down. He flashed her a smile that worked on almost every woman he had met, but Lexer was seemingly immune to his charms. "Mr. Giovanni," as she said, sounding surprised, then smiled slightly. "Glad to see you made it." Lexer made a show of glancing in the backseat, where Lacey happily waved at her. "And with Lacey too? Already off to a better start today than yesterday." Nick tensed slightly, unaccustomed to women not falling at his feet. He tried to remind himself that dating Lacey's teacher would be a terrible idea. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any of those terrible things as she stared at him with her big, hazel eyes. "I was wondering if you could help us," and Nick stuttered out, feeling. "I can certainly try," Lexer replied politely. "Lacey and I are gonna put up a few Thanksgiving decorations after the Christmas pageant planning session. I was wondering if you'd like to help us." Lexer's face fell and Nick started listing reasons why she, of course, didn't he need to help them. "I'd really love to. It's just..." She bit her full, lower lip, glancing around at the other teachers. I'd need to bring someone." "Like a boyfriend?" Lacey sang out and giggled, making Lexer smile and open her door, getting Lacey out of her booster seat. "No, not a boyfriend, just someone very important to me. And didn't we just discuss how we shouldn't spread gossip in class?" Lexer glanced at Nick, her eyes showing a vulnerability he had never seen before. "Would that be okay? If I brought someone?" "Of course, yeah, totally," and Nick said hastily, wanting to take away that sad, uncertain look in her eyes. "We could all decorate and get dinner," Lacey said excitedly. Lexer's smile grew wider until she was grinning at Nick, making him see what a sunrise looked like on a human face. "That sounds perfect," she said. "I'll see you tomorrow for rehearsals." "Yes, definitely, tomorrow." Nick tried to drive away without moving from park to drive, grinding the gears and making Lacey giggle while Lexer politely hid a smile. "Tomorrow then," he called out, his face red with embarrassment. Nick finally got the car in drive and sped out of there, trying to figure out what it was about Lexer DeSantos that made him act like a complete idiot. Nick walked into the trailer they were using as an office on the building site they were working at today to find Robbie in his seat, grinning at something on his phone. "Get your goddamn feet off my desk," Nick yelled, shoving Robbie's feet to the floor. Usually this made his brother go find something useful to do, but today he just sat there, grinning like an idiot. "What the hell is your problem?" Nick asked. "Oh, nothing," Robbie replied with a shit-eating grin. "Just a tiny little spitfire thinking you're in love with her favoritist teacher ever." "Lacey." Nick sighed, rubbing his forehead. "She's reading into things." "Is she?" he asked Robbie, putting his elbows on the desk to stare at Nick. "Course, dude, you don't treat that Lexer DeSantos the same way you treat your other female companions." "Can we not say female companions? She's not a 19th century prostitute. And I treat her with respect cause she's Lacey's teacher." Nick threw a list of things to do at Robbie. "Go. Work. Be useful. And get the hell out of my office." Robbie stood, clutching his chest, as he stumbled back dramatically. "You wound me. I'm wounded. Oh, how will I go on, knowing my own brother thinks so little of me?" I'm sure Brittany or Sparkles or Cupcake or whoever the hell you spent the night with will help you, and Nick said dryly. Her name was Candy, Robbie retorted. And I'm pretty sure she's gone. Or robbing me. Either way, it was an enjoyable evening. Out! Nick yelled, Robbie finally walking away with a laugh. Nick sighed. He could remember having this exact same conversation with Theo, only in those, he was Robbie, laughing about all the women and swearing he was never settling down. It hurt Nick to think about his big brother, knowing the only reason he'd gotten his life somewhat together was because he couldn't rely on Theo anymore. And knowing the only reason he grew up was because he lost Theo made Nick more ashamed than he cared to admit. I can do this, bro, Nick thought, picking up the picture on his desk. It was of him, Robbie, Tony and Theo with Lacey, the four of them holding her sideways as she grinned. He was terrified all the time he wasn't being a good parent and was screwing up Lacey, while also terrified he might be smothering her and not letting her spread her wings. Nick had no idea how people raised kids all alone. He could barely manage one kid and he had his entire family helping him out. He couldn't imagine doing this all on his own, without anyone to lean on. Nick, completely by accident, started wondering what Lexer would be like as a mom. She just had that way about her, the one where you knew she would be an amazing parent. Not that he was even considering that. Lexer was Lacey's teacher. That's all. Nothing more. Lexer. Okay, everyone, we have our worksheets for the weekend? Lexer asked her class. There was a rustling of papers as everyone waved their worksheets in the air, making Lexer smile. Now, those are your assignments, not your parents', Lexer stressed, so I'm counting on you to do them. Okay. There was a chorus of yes, Miss Lexi as everyone started gathering their things together and putting them in their bags for the weekend. Oh, and make sure you check your Christmas pageant schedule. I should be seeing most of you at 10 tomorrow morning. There was a chorus of disappointed EOES that rang out throughout the classroom just before the bell rang. Everyone made a mad dash for the door, and Lexer made sure they all had their homework before leaving. As she was turning around, she realized she was missing the 20th of her 20 students. Lacey Giovanni was still sitting in her seat, her legs swinging back and forth, not moving towards the door. Lacey, sweetheart, he asked Lexer. Is everything okay? Lacey nodded, but still didn't get up. Lexer kneeled next to her desk. Is this about me coming over tomorrow? Because I don't have to, you know. No, I want you to, more than anything. Lacey said, her eyes widening in panic. It's just. You don't think I'll come, Lexer said gently. Lacey looked up, tears in her eyes. Grown-ups don't always keep their promises. You're right, they don't, said Lexer, placing her hand over Lacey's on her desk. But usually the only reason a grown-up would break their promise is because they really, truly couldn't come. Not because they didn't want to or because they forgot, but because something happened that's stopping them from coming. Like my mummy and daddy going to heaven, Lacey said after a moment. Lexer gave Lacey a sad smile and softly stroked her hair, making the little girl let out a little sigh as she closed her eyes. Yeah, sweetie, something like that. You know what that's like, don't you? Lacey suddenly said. I know I'm not supposed to ask, but you have that sad look in your eyes I never had until Mommy and Daddy died. Yeah, sweetie, Lexer said after a long pause. I know what it's like. I thought so. Lacey looked perfectly content with this answer, before looking up and grinning. Uncle Nicky. Uncle Nicky, as she squealed, excited. Lacey ran to Nick Giovanni, giving Lexer a quick moment to pull herself together. She turned, smiling at them, and hoped Nick didn't comment on the tears in her eyes. "Sorry I'm late," he said softly, making it obvious he noticed Lexer's distressed state. "I thought it was safer, picking her up myself." "No," she said, coughing to clear her throat and break eye contact. "You're right on time." Lexer gave Nick a big, fake smile, which he was kind enough to accept without question. He lifted Lacey into his arms, settling her on his hip, then smiled at Lexer. "So I'll see you around 9:30 tomorrow morning?" he asked. "Sounds perfect." "All right," Nick said with a smile, "and my little peanut and I will see you there. Have a good night, Lexer." "Bye, Miss Lexi," Lacey called. Lexer smiled, waving them off, then turned back to her empty classroom. She took a few minutes to just breathe, trying to get her thoughts in order. Home, dinner with TJ and Angie, pageant rehearsal tomorrow morning, then decorating Nick's house for Thanksgiving. She could do this. She was a grown-ass adult, for God's sake. It was still difficult to talk about her husband and she avoided it as much as possible, so it was just a surprise when Lacey alluded to him. Lexer spent the night listening to TJ talk about his new friends, Drew and Carrie, which she and Angie couldn't help snickering at. She had a brief catch-up with her sister, learning that Angie was still casually seeing a number of guys, but never anything serious. Whenever Lexer would ask her about dating, Angie would just smile and say that TJ was the only man she needed in her life. Lexer worried sometimes that losing Travis had screwed up Angie's view of relationships, but her sister refused to talk about it. No one at St. Thomas knew about TJ, and Lexer saw no reason to change that. Having a child and the marriage not working out either through divorce or death didn't go against the school's code of conduct, and Lexer was a firm believer in keeping her personal life just that, personal. Nick. Uncle Nicky loves her. Lacey squealed, laughing. Friday nights, Nick's mother, Grace, and father, Tony Sr., would come over for dinner. Then they had a big, family meal every Sunday, usually late afternoon, so Robbie could get rid of whatever girl was hanging around. "He loves her. Here?" Grace smiled as she kicked Nick out of the kitchen where he was trying to make the chicken for chicken parmigiana. She knew her son was hopeless in the kitchen, but she also knew he was trying harder now that he had Lacey. "Mar, don't listen to that little troublemaker," Nick said, already tired of Lacey's unsubtle teasing. "Lexer DeSantos is a lovely woman, but she's Lacey's teacher." "I don't think I've ever heard you call a girl a lovely woman. What's wrong with YA? You break somehow?" Tony Sr. said, also teasing his son. "Oh, hush, Tony. He's not broken, he just grew up. Now he finally sees the difference between his club WH. Grace cut herself off, glancing down at Lacey. His former lady friends and a real woman, someone of substance. "Miss Lexi is gonna help us decorate like I did with Mummy, and then she's staying for dinner," Lacey told her grandparents excitedly. "Really?" said Grace with a knowing smile. "This woman must really be special. For the love of God, she's Lacey's teacher." Nick shouted, frustrated. "Mmm," Tony Sr. said, completely ignoring his son. "You should have her come to family dinner on Sunday." Lacey started jumping up and down excitedly, holding onto her grandfather's arm. "Oh, can we, Uncle Nicky? Can we ask her?" "We can ask her, Peanut, but she might have other plans," Nick replied, rubbed his head as he felt a headache coming on. "Yay!" Lacey exclaimed. The adorable demon in the plaid skirt skipped around the kitchen, giving her grandmother a big hug, before settling on her grandpa's knee. "I'm not sure she'll come this weekend, but she'll definitely come," Lacey said decisively. Count on it. Grace dropped the spoon she was using, meeting Nick and Tony Sr.'s eyes. Theo used to say, count on it, all the time, especially when he had a huge, absurd idea that he always managed to make happen. Count on it, he had been Theo S. And now, apparently, it was Lacey S. Lexer. Okay, so I have to be at the school at 9:30, we should be done around 1, so meet me at this address with TJ a little after that, Lexer said to her sister, knowing she was sounding slightly neurotic. We'll help them decorate and then we'll head home. You aren't staying for dinner? He asked Angie, unimpressed. Well, I mean, we weren't technically invited, not by Nick, just by Lacey. And I don't want to assume we can stay just because we helped them out. Plus, TJ and I have our Saturday night tradition. Ordering a pizza and watching a movie isn't a tradition, Angie said sternly. Hell, it's barely even an event. Look, I'm trying to figure this out. How do two single parents even date? If that's what this is, which it definitely might not be. Angie stopped her sister's rambling by placing her hands on her shoulders and shaking her slightly. You figure it out together, dummy, as she said gently. I'm guessing he's as clueless as you are. So make it up as you go. I'm not even sure I should be doing that, Alexa groaned. He's Lacey's guardian. It's inappropriate. Is it? Or are you grasping at reasons to avoid this guy? Lexer dropped her face into her hands. This will never work, as she moaned through her fingers. Yes, it will, Angie said, moving Lexer's hands away from her face. Now stop saying no and starting thinking, hell yes. I don't even remember a time when being crazy and irresponsible was an option for me, Alexa said with a slight laugh. Angie gave her a kiss as she gathered up her coat and purse. Welcome to your 20s, sister dear. Go out, make mistakes, laugh and have fun. Now's the time for it. Angie blew Lexer a kiss as she headed out the door. Lexer shook her head, marveling. She had taught Angie how to change a diaper, baste a turkey, and make homemade decorations for every holiday, yet her little sister seemed to be the only one who could teach Lexer how to have fun. She locked up for the night, both dreading and excited for the next day. Whatever happened, at least it wouldn't be boring. Lexer arrived at 9:30 on the dot, after Angie showed up a little after 9 to watch TJ. She wasn't prepared for the dozen or so parents already milling around, looking annoyed like she was somehow late. Lexer couldn't help but roll her eyes before she got out her car, frustrated that people were grumbling about her 9:30 arrival, when the rehearsal didn't even start until 10 a.m. Walking up to St. Thomas, Lexer gave everyone polite smiles as she unlocked the school. Arlene Davidson, whose two sons were in 2nd and 3rd grade, had brought some sort of spiced punch everyone was raving about. She had apparently gotten divorced when her youngest was only 2 and lived off her alimony and child support payments. She was also considered the biggest gossip of the parents, a fact she proved when she sidled up to Lexer. So, Arlene said with a saccharine smile, where's that gorgeous co-director of yours? I would imagine still at home, Lexer replied rather shortly. Since we don't actually start until 10. Mrs. Davidson gave a fake laugh, her Botox preventing her face from moving, as she grasped Lexer's forearm, her acrylic nails biting into her sleeve. Lexer, darling, Arlene started, things are done a certain way around here. I'm sure you'll catch on, but Nick Giovanni is new meat. Which means he belongs to the mothers. You know, the women who actually need a man around the house. And I'm sure you've already told him this? Lexer asked with just as much pretend politeness. Mrs. Davidson gave another obnoxious laugh, but the anger in her eyes was obvious. Stay away from Nick Giovanni, Arlene hissed, her nails digging into Lexer's arm. You might have to spend time together for the pageant, but nothing more. Understand? Lexer ripped her arm away, giving Mrs. Davidson her own fake smile. Oh, it's crystal clear. Good, sneered Arlene, before sending another fake smile to a mother just arriving in the auditorium, bringing over her bowl of punch. Lexer took a few long breaths, in through her nose, out through her mouth, just as her therapist taught her. She was not going to let that catty bitch ruin this day. Nick. Why there all these people here already? Nick asked, bewildered. The email said 10. Lacey, sitting in the backseat, laughed. What? Uncle Nicky, Lacey sighed almost sympathetically, there's normal people time and St. Thomas time. If you're 30 minutes early in St. Thomas time, that means you're already late. Well, why didn't you tell me this yesterday? Nick quickly unbuckled Lacey and lifted her down, grabbing the sheafs of paper he had printed off with ideas for the pageant. Besides, I thought I was supposed to be working with Lexer. Lacey laughed again, shaking her head as if in pity. She gently patted his arm. All the single moms are gonna be here, Uncle Nicky. I can get rid of most of them by making it clear I have no interest in them becoming my mommy, but you're on your own with the rest. Good luck. Nick blanched as the words of single moms ran through his head. He didn't understand what was happening. He was supposed to be running the pageant with Lexer. Obviously, some parents would volunteer to help out with some songs or choreographing a few dances, but the school had been very clear that Nick and Lexer were in charge. And apparently she'd been dealing with desperate vultures alone for half an hour. Nick burst into the auditorium, finding an annoyed Lexer and over a dozen moms he was practically certain were single. They all started making their way over to him, their two made-up and cosmetically frozen faces chilling. Nick gave them all polite smiles as he sidestepped the group and slid into the chair next to Lexer's. I am so sorry, he whispered, getting paper and pencils out of his tote bag. I thought 10 o'clock actually meant 10 o'clock. Lexer smiled slightly, not looking at him as she arranged the papers in front of her. It's cool, she finally said. I got here at 9:30 and apparently that was wrong too. Great, and Nick muttered. We're surrounded by a bunch of people who don't know how clocks work. Lexer let out a small smirk and glanced up to see Arlene Davidson scowling at them. Oh, I think they know how clocks work, Lexer said, her voice slightly teasing. They just, had other reasons to be here early today. Nick's face dropped. Please tell me Lacey's all the single moms will be here theory is wrong. Oh, not all of them, Lexer replied, clearly holding in a laugh. Just the ones insane enough to go up against Arlene Davidson. Nick groaned and banged his head on their desk. I'm so screwed, aren't I? Oh, I wouldn't say that, Lexer said, chuckling. I mean, if I wasn't in a fancy pants religious school, I'd say you're so effed. Like, seriously. You'll protect me, right? Nick desperately grabbed onto Lexer's arm, making her laugh. Under normal circumstances, I'd be in your corner. However, I've already had 2 Botoxed mean girls tell me to stay away from you. And I have no intention of getting into a cat fight over something that isn't even mine. Lexer patted Nick's arm, her expression both comical and sympathetic. Good luck, bro. Just know that Lacey and I will be rooting for you. In the corner. Over there. Nick groaned as he placed his head back on the table, Lexer laughing as she stood to face the assembled parents. Lexer. Thank you all so much for coming and volunteering your time to make this a wonderful experience for our students, Lexer announced to the crowd, smiling when she saw some of her students. Mr. Giovanni and I have already gone through the prop closet and found a lot of useful things we can reuse. We'll still need to decorate a background and make a fake sleigh, but we've both had experience in this. Now! Lexer paused as Arlene Davidson coughed loudly, raising a hand in the air, her ridiculous fake smile plastered on her face. She was dressed in 4-inch stilettos, which were utterly impractical for the weather, and an actual fur coat, which was both absurd and environmentally unfriendly. Now, I do find it sweet that Nick is letting you help him, Arlene said, trying to sound nice, but managing to sound more annoyed. But I think there are others of us who are more experienced in these types of things. Nick barely restrained an eye roll before starting up from the table. Ms. DeSantos and I are planning this pageant together, and we know exactly the aesthetic we want. I want to be able to do it without her, and Nick said firmly. Lacey took this opportunity to run to the front of the room and hug Lexer's leg tightly. We need Miss Lexi, as she cried out. She's the only one that can do this. The other parents who brought kindergarten and first graders began to chime in, saying how Miss Lexi was crucial to getting the pageant done. Mrs. Davidson put on a brittle smile. Well, of course, if the children find her so important, she should stay, as she finally said. We would never want to disappoint the children. Mrs. Davidson sent Lexer a death glare, which she ignored as she sent Lacey back to her seat. Now, Lexer said, clapping her hands together, we have all of the choirs covered. Thank you to the parents who signed up for those, and almost all of the dances, except for 5th and 6th grade. Oh, I'll do it, Arlene exclaimed, bouncing up from her seat and almost tripping over her heels. Once she was settled on the floor, she smiled. I was a cheerleader all throughout high school and I'm still extremely flexible. Mrs. Davidson didn't even bother hiding this innuendo as she stared straight at Nick and licked her lips. Nick and Lexer didn't know they had the exact same thought at the exact same time. Gross. When the meeting ended, Nick was surrounded by 5 different moms, but Lacey was there in a flash, tugging on his arm and saying he had promised to spend time with her. All the moms edited this, but then Lacey ran over to Miss Lexi, making sure she was coming too. After a morning of trying to come up with excuses to avoid Nick lest she fall prey to the Botox brigade, Lexer caved to Lacey's fluttering eyelashes. I'll meet you at your house, Lexer said, smiling at Lacey. With your friend? Yes, with my friend, Lexer said. Now go on. I think your uncle might need saving to get out of here. Lexer watched as Lacey skipped over to Nick, giving him a big hug around the waist. 2 of the moms tried to touch her and Lacey whined, burying her face into Nick's side. When she looked up at him, there were tears in her eyes. We're gonna go decorate, right? Just like me and Mommy? That earned another chorus of EOES from Nick's single mom fan club. Arlene Davidson had the audacity to reach out and pat Lacey's cheek, smiling at Nick. I could come over and help, Arlene said with a smile she seemed to think made her look sexy, but really made her appear constipated. I'm sure it would be nice for little Landi to have a woman in the house. Nick frowned and picked Lacey up, who buried her face in her uncle's neck. Lacey noticed Lexer watching them and winked at her as she grabbed onto Nick tighter. Her name is Lacey, and Nick replied coldly. And I'm sure we'll be fine. Thanks. As he walked out, he aimed a wink at Lexer too, who could barely control her laughter, knowing Lacey and TJ were going to spend the afternoon plotting their little hearts out. Lexer reached for her phone to text Angie, letting her know she could bring TJ to Nick's house. She was startled when the table shook, causing her fingers to slide across the screen, and looked up to see Arlene Davidson and 3 of her minions glaring down at her. I guess I wasn't clear enough this morning when I told you to leave Nick Giovanni to the actual mothers, not the ones that play pretend in their classrooms, she said, her catty bitch face in full display. So let me spell it out for you. Nick Giovanni will never be with your poor, fat ass. He has ours, and one of us will be the one to actually get their hands on his millions, even if we have to play nice with that stupid but he has taken care of. Back the fuck off and remember your place, you fucking bitch, or the next time we talk, I'll leave a more permanent reminder to stay the hell away from him. You'll never be with Nick, and we have no problem causing some accidents to make sure you stay away from him. Cunt. Arlene flipped her hair and strode away, followed by her friends. Lexer just watched them as they walked away, shocked and a little sad they were still acting like adolescents when they were all adults with children. Glancing down at her phone, she noticed her text message app had switched to audio. Lexer decided to save the recording, never knowing when it might come in handy, then texted Angie to come over to Nick Giovanni's house. They had decorating to do. Nick was nervous as he listened to Lacey sing along to some Disney CD in the kitchen. He had no idea who Lexer was bringing. Boyfriend, potential boyfriend, sister, wife? He just didn't know enough about her, and therefore didn't notice Lacey kicking his kitchen chair, giggling. Stop worrying, Uncle Nicky. Lacey practically ordered. Today's gonna be good. I can feel it. Oh yeah? Nick teased her. You wouldn't happen to feel the winning lotto numbers, would ya? You know that's not how it works. Lacey stuck her tongue out, already humming along to her CD again. Summer, Lacey's mother, used to get these feelings about places or events. Usually her predictions were vague enough, everyone could ignore them. But Summer had made 2 big predictions before she died, that Nick would fall in love this year and Robbie would become a father. Since it was November, they both just laughed it off, but now Nick couldn't help but think about Lexer DeSantos, who had just pulled up into his driveway, alone. Sadly, Robbie didn't keep the best track of his one-night stands, so it was entirely possible he had already become a father and none of them knew about it. They all tried to ignore that possibility, since it drove their mother crazy. But Nick was falling for Lexer, there was no denying that. Now he just wondered if she felt the same way. He opened his front door, smiling at her. Sorry, it took a little longer to clean up than I thought. But my sister should be here. She trailed off as a beat-up Acura pulled into the driveway behind Lexer's car. Now. She should be here now. Lexer walked over to talk to the driver, a beautiful young woman with Lexer's sad eyes who looked a few years younger than her. Lexer opened the back door, smiling as she swung a large tote bag on one shoulder and carefully lifted a little boy with her other arm, who immediately rested his head on her shoulder. Behave yourself. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Lexer's sister yelled. So everything? He asked Lexer dryly. Yep, basically. Watch out for my sister, pretty boy, or I'm coming after you. Lexer's sister pointed directly at him, then she jumped into her car and peeled out of the driveway. Sorry about that. Angie can be a little. Lexer trailed off. Crazy? Nick supplied. Lexer frowned at him. Overprotective, Lexer corrected, her voice annoyed. And she has her reasons. Oh, how about we get everyone inside and then we'll do introductions? Yeah, oh, that sounds good, Nick said, unable to keep the shock out of his voice. Lexer had a kid. Well, probably. He couldn't imagine her bringing a random child to his house. Nick was freaking out a little, since he had a strict rule that he didn't date women with kids, when he suddenly remembered Lacey and his new reality. He needed to stop being an ass or she was never coming back over. Lexer. Well, she was definitely not coming back here. Could he be more of an arsehole? Nick had a kid, too. This really wasn't the time to be all judgy. Can I help carry anything? Nick offered awkwardly. I'm good, Alexa retorted, her voice cold. He had definitely pissed her off. Lexa and the adorable little boy she was holding walked inside. As soon as Lacey saw them, she squealed and ran over in excitement. Miss Lexi, who is this? Lacey asked, bouncing up and down slightly. Lexa took a deep breath in, then smiled at Lacey. This is my son, TJ. TJ, this is one of my students, Lacey. TJ frowned at Lacey as his mom put him on the ground, but Lacey immediately grabbed his hand. Do you like superheroes? Lacey said, talking fast. My Uncle Robbie bought me a superhero series that's really fun. You wanna watch it with me? Mommy? TJ sounded a little overwhelmed. Go have fun, baby, Alexa smiled softly. I'll let you and Lacey know when it's time to decorate. Lacey started leading TJ up the stairs, stopping and making sure he was always firmly settled on the previous step before moving on. If you decorate our house, we should decorate yours. Lacey said, sounding excited. That sounds fun. Would your daddy want to? He asked TJ, holding onto Lacey's hand tightly. That's not my daddy, that's my Uncle Nicky. Lacey laughed. I live with him now that my mummy and daddy have gone to heaven. Oh, my daddy's in heaven too. TJ exclaimed. He died before I was born. Do you think they know each other? Probably, Lacey said with a childlike shrug. She and TJ walked further upstairs, making it impossible to hear their conversation. Lexa and Nick stood awkwardly around the kitchen table, both silent. So, you have a son? Nick asked politely. Yes. Lexa nodded, avoiding his eyes. I don't talk about him. I don't really see how he's anyone's business but mine. And, well, my sister S. She seems cool. Angie's the best, said Lexa, smiling. Rearranged her whole life when I found out I was pregnant, then did it again when I got my job out here. Honestly, I don't trust anyone else with TJ. So, and Nick paused, trying to figure out how to frame his question. Not to be ridiculously nosy, but, TJ's father? Lexa got a sad look on her face, looking away from Nick. My husband. Former husband. TJ stands for Travis Jr. He died when I was 4 months pregnant. Accident? Only if you call your husband being blown up by an IED an accident. Lexa shrugged, obviously uncomfortable. The whole thing TJ, Travis, our marriage, him dying, I don't see how it's anyone's business. I'm not ashamed of them. In fact, I couldn't be more proud. But my personal life is personal for a reason. I'm sorry, Lexa, I shouldn't have. Lexa cut him off with a brief smile. Nick. If I didn't want you to know about everything, I just wouldn't have told you. Seriously. It's not a problem. Nick looked at the worn kitchen table, a wedding gift to Theo and Summer from some great uncle they didn't know. Nick was trying to fathom the pain this woman had gone through when A Winter Wonderland started playing. He glanced up to see Lexa closing a CD case. I hope you don't mind. It's just, you were getting all melancholy and droopy and that's just really boring, so Christmas music. Lexa gave jazz hands around the CD player, making Nick laugh. I'm surprised you even own CDs, he commented. Almost everyone I know has switched to iPod thingies or are attaching their phones to speakers somehow. iPod thingies? Okay, Grandpa. And yes, I have an iPod. Several, in fact, plus different Bluetooth speakers. But what kind of millennial would I be if I got rid of my CDS? You're perfect. Marry me? Nick asked, only slightly joking. They both laughed, locking eyes, until Lexer gave a fake cough. She looked away, blushing. So. She clapped her hands, rubbing them together as she looked around. Where are the decorations? Nick. By the time Nick and Lexer had located and cleaned off the pre-Christmas decorations, it was past time for lunch. Ouch, Lexer said, wincing as she looked at the clock. 4 p.m. I didn't even realize how fast the time was going. Me neither. He hadn't noticed the almost 3 hours go by, because not once was he bored. Lexer was smart, funny, a riot to talk to, and it felt like he had known her all his life with how comfortable he was around her. Nick had never felt like this about a woman. Before Lacey, he had a strict love M and leave M policy. After Lacey, there was no one, as he felt it would be irresponsible to introduce her to someone that might not stick around. Now Nick was considering a relationship with Lacey's teacher, something that had serious moral implications at least, according to Lexer. Lacey adored Miss Lexi, and if Nick inadvertently broke her heart, it would destroy his little peanut. He had no idea what to do. Hey, Earth to Nick. Still there, dude? Nick shook his head, realizing Lexer had been talking and he was completely oblivious. Sorry, completely spaced, he replied, feeling guilty. What up? We need to figure out food, especially for the kids. I was going to leave around 6 or so. Wait, leave? Nick said, interrupting Lexer. You don't need to leave. You guys should stay and have dinner here. Nick, I don't want to get in the way. You wouldn't be in the way. Lacey would love it if you stayed. And I would too. Both Nick and Lexer blushed and she smiled. Okay, as she finally said. I'd really like that. However, that still leaves us with a food shortage for the kids for the next few hours. I can just call for pizza. Nick picked up the phone and Lexer snatched it out of his hand, looking shocked. If you want to do takeout for dinner, I won't stop you, but we just need snack food for the kids. What do you have in your fridge? Lexer bent over, causing Nick to bite his knuckles to hold in the groan from her utterly perfect ass. Okay, I see apples, oranges, celery, stop staring at my ass, tomatoes, bananas. Oh, do you have crackers? Lexer stood up, aware Nick was both embarrassed and in a bit of pain. Nick. Lexer sidled up to him, pressing against his side as she gave a breathy sigh. Yeah, he managed to croak out. Lexer pressed her breasts against his arm, letting out another sigh. Crackers? Oh, yeah, wait, what? All the blood had fled his brain, and he couldn't understand why she was still asking about food. Crackers, Nick. Lexer pulled away from him, laughing. We can slice up some bananas, spread some peanut butter on the crackers, and stick the banana slices onto the peanut butter and crackers. Healthy and messy enough that kids love it. Oh, yeah, that cabinet there. He pointed, a little hunched over. Can you excuse me for just a minute? Nick practically ran to the bathroom, locking the door behind him. She's evil, he thought, breathing hard. She's a hot, evil hottie from Hottie McEvil land. Jesus, That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Nick looked at his reflection. Fast breaths, flushed cheeks, and a pain in his pants that was killing him. You are so fucked. Just marry her already. Nick. Lacey and TJ loved their snacks. Lacey made evil mouths out of hers that were coming to eat TJ's snacks, which meant he had to eat his as fast as possible. Lexer and Nick leaned against the kitchen counter, laughing at their antics. She'll make an amazing big sister. Lexer seemed to realize what she said as her eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. I'm so sorry. That was completely inappropriate. Lacey obviously doesn't need brothers or sisters to have a loving family, and if you ever do settle down, it's not like you have to have kids. Do you always ramble when you're nervous? Nick asked, smiling at how flustered Lexer was getting. Yes, it's a very bad habit I've never been able to break, Lexer muttered. Although I might be able to eat enough peanut butter, I want to be able to keep talking. Lexer looked like she was seriously considering it, making Nick laugh and reach across her for the jar of peanut butter. For something that started out completely innocent, both Lexer and Nick felt insane sparks go off. He slowly dragged his body back across hers and realized her nipples had gotten hard. They were both breathing heavily, and when Nick met Lexer's eyes, all he could see as pure need. Lexer and Nick started. Are we decorating now, Uncle Nicky? Lacey demanded. You guys have taken forever to find the decorations. Now I wanna put them up. Me too. TJ cried. I wanna decorate too. And Lacey said she'd come over and help decorate our house for Christmas, too. Mommy, isn't he that awesome? Both Nick and Lexer looked away from each other, their cheeks burning. Lexer turned and smiled as she wiped banana off of TJ's fingers and cheeks. Lacey and Mr. Giovanni might be very busy, baby, Lexer said gently. They might not have time to help us decorate. Lacey and Nick answered simultaneously. We have time. They all laughed as they cleaned off the kitchen table before Nick turned to the kids. All right, my little construction workers. Nick said, rubbing his hands together. Who's ready to decorate? I am. I am. Lacey exclaimed. Me too. TJ said, jumping up and down. I'm ready. Lacey and TJ were both raising their hands up high, making Lexer laugh. All right, why don't we send the boys outside to get started on Christmas lights while Lacey and I get out all the cornucopias and turkeys and anything vaguely Thanksgiving-like? Lexer suggested. Yay, I'm with Miss Lexi. Lacey hugged Lexer's leg, grinning, as TJ frowned up at Nick. He kneeled down next to the little boy and smiled. Hey, buddy. I'm Nick. Mommy says you're Mr. Giovanni, and Nick corrected him. That's my annoying, grown-up name. But I'm Nick or Nicky to my friends. Do you want to be friends, TJ? TJ nodded, smiling. Cool. I like having the coolest friends, and I can tell you're really cool. I wanna be cool. TJ grinned, walking closer to Nick. Hey, you already are, bud, and Nick said. That's why I wanna be friends. So some of that coolness will rub off on me. TJ laughed, putting his little hand on Nick's bent knee. So do you want to come with me and do the cool decorating while we leave the lame decorating to the girls? Yes, yes. TJ was jumping up and down, making Lexer laugh as it was almost impossible to put his coat on. Once they were appropriately attired, TJ grabbed Nick's hand and started leading him outside. Nick threw a wink at Lexer, which made her smile despite herself. She closed the door, only to be greeted with one very smug 6-year-old. Lexer. Yes, Lacey? Lexer hoped her schoolteacher voice would be enough to discourage Lacey from talking. It didn't work. You and Uncle Nicky like each other, Lacey said, seeming very proud of herself. Well, of course I like him, sweetie. He's a nice guy and clearly an amazing parent to you. Do you think this box has Thanksgiving decorations? Lexer's attempts to avoid this conversation were both laughable and weak. Lacey just placed her hands on her hips, looking unimpressed, as Lexer pulled out a beautiful cornucopia. Miss Lexi. Lacey. You like Uncle Nicky, don't you? Lacey said, full of confidence. Why do you want to know so badly? Lexer started carefully placing homemade cornucopias around the living and dining rooms, while Lacey trailed after her, randomly stuffing plush turkeys around the rooms. Course if you're gonna be my new mommy, I wanna know. Lexer nearly cursed in front of a 6-year-old, but managed to hold it together. She smiled at Lacey. Sweetie, anyone would be lucky to have you as a daughter, Lexer said. But I'm not really looking for a relationship right now. Do you know what a relationship is? It's when two people like each other and hold hands and sit next to each other at lunch, Lacey explained simply. Geez, if only life really was that simple, thought Lexer. She put down a string of lights she and Lacey were going to set up in the dining room, then move into the living room. I do like your Uncle Nicky, very much, but sometimes two people can't be together. Why not? Lexer was really tempted to answer that the world was cruel and heartless and devoid of hope, but didn't he think her 6-year-old student needed to hear that? Because I'm your teacher, sweetie. It wouldn't look good if I started dating one of my students' guardians. But you want to be my teacher forever? Lacey said, her voice upset. Then can you and Uncle Nicky get together? I just don't think it's a good idea, sweetie, Lexer replied. Lacey frowned, seemingly deep in thought. She was silent as Lexer strung up the lights in the dining room and silently helped Lexer move the footstool so she could finish stringing the lights in the living room. Lexer looked down at Lacey, worried, and kneeled in front of her. Sweetie, are you okay? Lexer asked. I know Uncle Nicky's not my daddy, but it feels like he is, Lacey finally said, staring at her hands. That means whoever he marries will feel like my mummy. What if I don't like her? Or what if she doesn't like me? Lacey started crying, trying not to make any sound and breaking Lexer's poor, battered heart. Lexer held her arms open for Lacey, who ran into them, still quietly sobbing. Lexer gathered her up and took her to the couch, setting Lacey down in her lap. Lacey snuggled as close as she could get, her little body racked with silent sobs. Sure, it's fine to be scared and it's fine to cry. Cry as loud and as long as you want, sweetie, Lexer reassured her. There's nothing wrong with missing your mummy and daddy, and there's nothing wrong with being scared. Just let it all out. Lacey probably cried for 15 minutes before falling asleep. Lexer held her close, rubbing her back and stroking her hair, while she murmured reassuring words of comfort. When she noticed Lacey was asleep, she gently picked her up and found a very pink, very princessy room on the first floor. She tucked Lacey in, smoothing her hair back and kissing her forehead. May your dreams be filled with sunshine, giggles, and happy adventures. Lexer said this to TJ when he was falling or had already fell asleep. She had also said it to Angie when their parents were off at some gala rather than spending time with their children. Angie often said that Lexer was more her mom than the evil bride of Satan, whereas Angie not so affectionately called their mother. Softly closing Lacey's door behind her, she was walking to the living room when Nick and TJ loudly came in. Sure. Inside voices. Lexer whispered loudly. TJ immediately closed his mouth, but Nick frowned, looking around. "Where's Lacey?" he asked, worried. "Sleeping," Lexer answered. "I think she's a little worn out from the day, but a nap should help." Speaking of naps. Lexer turned to her son, who groaned. "I don't want her." TJ whined. "Want to, baby, it's 2 words. And whether you want to or not, you're going to have to take a nap if you want to have dinner with Nick and Lacey." TJ seemed to ponder this, then let out a loud sigh. "Kay," he finally said. "But I don't have a bed here. We have a guest room right next to Lacey's or the incredibly comfy couch in the living room, if you want to be closer to your mom," Nick offered. "It's want to," TJ said, mimicking his mom and almost making the 2 adults burst into laughter. "I think I'll sleep in the living room. Is that okay, Mommy?" "Of course, baby," Lexer said with a smile. "Let us get you all situated." Lexer picked up TJ, who was yawning, and tried to grab the big bag she had brought with her, only to see Nick already picking it up. "After you." Lexer gave Nick a shy smile and carried TJ into the living room. Nick grabbed a few pillows while Lexer took a blanket and a worn teddy bear dressed like a soldier out of the bag. TJ reached his little hands out for the soldier, cuddling it close as his eyes closed. Lexer tucked the blanket around him, kissed his forehead and whispered, "May your dreams be filled with sunshine, giggles, and happy adventures." Lexer and Nick quietly made their way from the living room to the kitchen. "Don't worry about noise," Lexer said quietly. "That boy will sleep through anything. He's a great kid." "Really?" Lexer nodded, but didn't he smile? "He has a really hard time trusting people," she said after a moment. "I mean, he's 3, so stranger danger is definitely being taught, but it's more complicated than that." "Because of his dad?" he asked Nick. Lexer nodded. "Okay, if we're going to share weepy, sob stories, I need something to do," as she sighed, glancing around the kitchen. "What were you thinking about for dinner?" "Pizza, probably. Or Chinese. I don't know if you or TJ have any allergies." "We don't, but thank you for asking. Do you want to make something?" Lexer suggested. "TJ's going to sleep for at least 2 hours and Lacey fell asleep in my lap, so she'll probably be out for around an hour, maybe more." "She fell asleep in your lap?" Nick repeated, frowning. "That's strange. She barely takes naps anymore, and when she does, she always makes sure to go to her room." Lexer paused, looking down. "I think it's a little more complicated than just falling asleep," Lexer said. "And I will tell you all about it as we cook." Nick chuckled, shaking his head. "I should warn you, I'm a terrible cook." Lexer said, grimacing. "Please don't take this the wrong way, but I could tell that just by looking in your fridge." "What do you mean?" Nick sounded borderline offended. "Nick, you have leftover pizza, Chinese food, burritos, and what I think are chicken wings. Oh, and pasta, but I'm guessing you didn't make that," Lexer summed up, making him blush. "No, my mom made it. I've been trying to get better at cooking, for Lacey, but I managed to screw up hot dogs and mac and cheese. I didn't even know that was possible." Lexer laid a supportive hand on Nick's shoulder. "It takes work," as she said gently. "Some people are just naturally gifted in the kitchen. I got lucky. I have no problem cooking. My little sister used to be a disaster, but through a hell of a lot of mistakes and much needed support, she can make a great meal. Just practice." You'll get there. Well, I hope it's before Lacey leaves for college, and Nick grumbled, making Lexer laugh. All right, let us see. Lexer looked through his fridge and freezer, plus through some of his pantry that had boxes stacked up. Who does your grocery shopping? She asked curiously, shocking Nick. Whoa, okay, how did you know I don't do it myself? Well, you have fresh fruits and vegetables, frozen chicken and ground beef, and boxes of pasta, rice, and potatoes. Someone is making sure you're eating healthy. My mom does it, he admitted, sighing. She usually makes lunches for Lacey during the school week too, so at least I know the poor kid isn't going to starve because of me. You're too hard on yourself, Alexa reprimanded him. She closed the door to the fridge, with fresh broccoli in her hand, which she set it down on the counter. She also grabbed a container of cubed chicken and a box of fettuccine Alfredo pasta. Okay, I'm going to need a casserole dish, a skillet, and a small pot. Nick quickly got everything she needed, then watched as Lexer pulled her hair back into a messy bun and tied an apron around her waist. There was an apron around here? Lexer laughed at the genuinely confused look on Nick's face. That cabinet, as she motioned, with 3 sets of potholders and another apron. No shit, and Nick said, baffled. He walked over and opened the door. Lexer was right. Damn it, I've been burning my fingers for months and this was already here. Lexer laughed and tossed Nick the other apron. You're helping, she ordered. And how do you not know what's in your own kitchen? Helping? Nick said, sounding horrified. No, I'll just ruin it. You're going to watch, learn, and participate. If my kindergartners can do it, so can you. Nick's eyes narrowed. Challenge accepted. He tied the apron around his waist. All right, I'm making a broccoli chicken casserole. It's easy, quick, and healthy. All things you want. Oh, here. He was staring at the diced chicken like it was an alien specimen he was meant to dissect and study. Lexer chuckled softly, gently hip-checking him out of the way. We're currently in the watch and learn portion. Stop freaking out. Nick exhaled a deep breath. Oh, thank God, Nick said, exhaling a deep breath. I thought I was about to give us all food poisoning. Lexer laughed again, shaking her head, as she explained why she was setting up water to boil and the skillet for the chicken. That done, she turned back to face Nick. This wasn't originally your house, was it? Lexer asked casually. What? Nick, you don't know where simple things are in your own kitchen. This was Lacey's parents' house, wasn't it? Nick was quiet for a moment, a familiar flash of pain in his eyes. We didn't want to move Lacey right away, he finally said. We thought staying here, in her old house, would help her. We? My family and me, explained Nick. We're basically doing that village parenting with Lacey. Theo and Summer might have named me Lacey's legal guardian, but my parents and brothers are helping too. Do they live around here? He asked Lexer, checking on the food. Nick laughed. My ma and dad live 2 blocks that way, my younger brother Robbie lives 3 blocks that way, and my youngest brother, Tony, who lives at the university when school's in session and basically lives with our folks when it's not, owns a house 2 over from our parents. My house, well, my original house, is only a street away. How do you all live so close to each other? Lexer asked, looking speechless. Are you asking how do we tolerate it, or how did we find this many houses so close together? The second part, Lexer clarified. Hell, I'd be thrilled if my little sister lived so close to me. Our company built this subdivision a few years ago, he explained Nick. We all picked out plots where we wanted to live before the houses even started being built. Wow, that's awesome, said Lexer with a smile. So your family is close? I mean, not just geographically, but emotionally? Oh, and the water's boiling, so pour in the pasta from the box. Nick did what Lexer said, looking concerned. I'm going to start cooking the chicken in the skillet, but we don't completely cook everything all the way through yet. We'll put all the ingredients, plus cheese, because I love it, in the casserole dish and stick it into the oven. I'll let you know when it's time. Okay, said Nick apprehensively. I'm pretty much trusting you here not to kill me and Lacey. Well, since I'd also be killing myself and TJ, I think you're safe. So, your family. You guys are close? Very. Theo and I were only 18 months apart and Robbie came 20 months after me, and Nick smiled a little, lost in memories. After that, Mar had a couple of miscarriages. She and Dad were trying for a girl, but they gave up after a few years. Tony was a surprise, but a great one. The three of us never left him out of anything, even when we probably should have. I guess I never asked, but how old are you? 28, and Nick said. And you run an entire company? Well, they founded it in the 70s and all us boys started doing odd jobs around the sites when we were around 8 or 9 years old. Jesus, your poor mother. Lexer exclaimed. She must have been so worried. I think she was, yeah, but she's tough as hell. We were always much more frightened of her than Dad when we were growing up. She refused to feed you if you misbehaved, didn't she? Lexer teased, surprised when Nick laughed. Actually, yeah. And we were growing boys. We were hungry all the damn time. Lexer smiled, then instructed Nick on how to put everything into the casserole dish, stir it, and stick it in the oven. Now we wait for 45 minutes. The kids should be waking up around then, Lexer said, stretching a little. She leaned back against the counter as Nick continued. So, anyway, when Dad was diagnosed with cancer, he stopped coming to the sites, leaving it to me and Theo, and Nick explained. He still helps with some operations, just not the day-to-day stuff. Tony's already chomping at the bit to get started at the company, and now I run it with Robbie. That's a lot of pressure, Nick, Lexer commented, crossing her arms as she eyed him. Especially for someone who's learning how to be a parent, dealing with a grieving child, and grieving themselves. I hope you're taking time just for yourself. Time seems to be a luxury that's in short supply these days, and Nick said with a tight laugh. I'm hoping I can cut back at the company a little once Tony graduates. You need to take care of yourself, Nick. If you want to do it for you, do it for Lacey. You're her dad now and she needs you. Theo is Lacey's dad. She knows that and so do I. Nick was angry that his older brother was just getting pushed aside, replaced in Lacey's life, but Lexer just looked at him with sad eyes. Do you want to know why Lacey fell asleep? Lexer asked quietly. She cried herself to sleep in my arms. She said she knows you're not her dad, but it feels like you are, which means whoever you marry would feel like her mom. And she's scared, Nick, genuinely terrified that you'll marry someone she hates or somebody that hates her. These are things you need to talk to her about. Nick sank into a seat at the table, Lexer joining him. He ran his hands through his hair, eyes wide. Jesus. I had no idea she was even thinking about stuff like that. I think it's one of the reasons she likes the idea of me and you so much, Lexer admitted. She knows I already love her and she likes me. I'm safe. You love her? He asked Nick, surprised. Lexer blinked, realizing what she had just said. If someone had asked her even a week ago how she felt about her students, she would have said she liked them. Maybe even adored them. But love? That was impossible, wasn't it? Yeah, Lexer said after a long moment of silence. Yeah, I think I do. I think I recognized something in her my very first day that I recognized in myself, TJ, and Angie. What? Grief, she said simply. Not just sadness, but that bone-crushing agony you feel when someone you love, someone who your whole world, is taken from you. I saw it in Lacey before I ever heard about her parents, and she saw it in me too. She did? Nick asked, a little stunned. Lexer nodded, randomly doodling on the table with her finger. She told me yesterday that the sadness she sees in her eyes, she sees in mine. It was incredibly astute for a 6-year-old. I thought she was getting better, and Nick murmured, looking crestfallen. Without thinking, Lexer put her hand over Nick's. She is. But the stages of grief, they're bullshit. Everyone grieves differently, there's no right or wrong way to do it. You know how you said Lacey barely takes naps anymore? Nick nodded. I don't think she's actually napping. I think she's crying. When she was sobbing earlier, it was almost silent, like she had trained herself not to make any noise. She's very sensitive to the fact that you're grieving too, and I think she might pull away sometimes when she thinks you need time to remember her dad by yourself. Nick laid his other hand on top of Lexer's, desperately looking deep into her eyes. Then what do I do, Lexer? How do I help her? I love that little girl more than anything, and if she feels like she has to hide from me in order to cry, I feel like I'm failing her. You're not, he exclaimed Lexer. From everything I've seen, from the grief counseling sessions we've had together, she's doing so much better. And it sounds like she has a really strong support network around her. Knowing she has all these people around her that love her and that she can depend on is so important. Do you guys get together as family often? Every Sunday afternoon, and Nick said with a brief smile. Plus, my parents come over for dinner every Friday night and my brothers drop by unannounced all the time, just to check in. Well, that is fantastic. Nick, what she needs now more than anything is a strong support system and people who love her. So make sure she knows she has that. Make sure she sees that. She is your number one priority now, and you can't let anything get in the way of that, not even the company. Do you want to go out to dinner with me? And Nick asked abruptly. Lexer sat up, stunned, their hands falling away from each other. What? Dinner. With me. I like you, Lexer, and, quite honestly, if there was ever going to be someone else in Lacey's life, I'd want it to be you. But what about TJ? He sputtered Lexer. He is awesome, and Nick grinned. I know I'll love him if I spend even one more afternoon with him. He is pretty irresistible. But your family. We'll love you, and Nick reassured her. And TJ. And Angie. But I'm Lacey's teacher. Only for one more semester. And do people really think you're going to give her some kind of preferential treatment in kindergarten? I mean, I don't even know what that would look like. Oh, why, your hand turkey was amazing. You managed to trace all 5 fingers, gold star. This one just isn't enough. Are you sure you used all your fingers? Lexer laughed in spite of herself, a warm, bubbly feeling coming over her. I haven't dated since my husband, as she confessed. We'll go at your speed, said Nick comfortingly. As slow or as fast as you want. I mean, full transparency, I'm all for fast, but then I've always loved spring weddings. Nick sighed dramatically, clasping his hands by his face as he fluttered his eyelashes. Lexer laughed, throwing a dish towel at him, which made Nick laugh. There are going to be some people who really want to be happy about this, Lexer warned. It's just a date, Nick said, before grinning. Until you inevitably fall for my charms and we drive to Vegas. You're an idiot, Lexer chuckled, thinking about it. She knew she liked him, that was obvious, and she knew he genuinely liked her. He was great with both Lacey and TJ. But Lexer wasn't sure she was ready to date. Yes, it had been 4 years since her husband died, but at first, Lexer had been in too much pain, then completely focused on TJ. She bit her lower lip, thinking. As she glanced at Nick, who was waiting for an answer, looking almost desperate. One date, Lexer finally said. You screw up, you don't get a makeup date. Deal? Lexer held out her hand to shake, but Nick ignored her, pulling her into a crushing hug. Deal. Nick. Nick couldn't stop smiling after Lexer and TJ went home. Lacey was especially happy too, even though she had wanted Miss Lexi and TJ to stay the night for a slumber party. For the first time in months, Nick felt hopeful about the future. He couldn't believe Lexer actually said yes to a date. He just couldn't believe she agreed. Now he just had to figure out Lexer DeSantos' idea of the perfect date. The next day, the entire family came over for dinner. Lacey had invited Miss Lexi and TJ, even breaking out the trademark sad puppy face, but, just as Lexer seemed immune to Nick's charms, she was also immune to Lacey's. Lexer did say, however, that coming over sometime did sound fun and TJ had enthusiastically agreed. Nick was humming to the radio as he set out all the plates in the dining room, while Lacey colored in the kitchen. A knock sounded from the door before it opened, and Nick's mother was calling out a hello. Lacey immediately ran to her grandparents for hugs and kisses, while Nick followed at a normal pace. Narner! Lacey exclaimed happily. Hi, sweetheart. How's my favorite granddaughter? Lacey laughed as she pulled away from the hug her grandma had engulfed her in. I'm your only granddaughter, she said rather sassily. That doesn't count. Well, sure it does. Grace insisted. As she kneeled down to talk to Lacey, Tony Sr. came through the door with already made food that just needed to be warmed up. Nick took most of it from his dad as they headed to the kitchen. How are doing, kid? Tony Sr. grew up in New Jersey and would sometimes use a ridiculous accent to get a laugh. It worked as Nick chuckled. I'm good, Dad. You just saw me 2 days ago. What could have happened in 2 days? Technically, a promise of a date with Lexer DeSantos. That was Nick's business. I dunno, kid, maybe 'cause you've got a big, stupid grin on your face and my little princess is happier than I've seen her in a long time, a Tony Sr. answered. It's just been a good weekend. I'm assuming that has something to do with a few of your decorations already going up? Grace asked. Nick jumped, not having realized his mother had entered the kitchen. Jesus, Mar, I don't want her have a heart attack in my 20s. Nick exclaimed. Well, then, you should start cutting back on work and start spending more time with my little angel. Narner's little angel entered the kitchen then, a huge smile on her face. Miss Lexi came over after pageant rehearsal and helped us decorate, Lacey said happily. She and me did the inside, while Uncle Nicky and TJ did the outside. Isn't it pretty? I mean, we have more decorating to do for Christmas, but our Thanksgiving decorations look amazing. They're beautiful, sweetheart, a Grace said with a bittersweet smile. I'd forgotten how lovely Summer's cornucopies were. Summer had been an artist, basically involved in every medium, from photography to folk art. She and Theo had seemed like a strange pairing at first, but once people saw them together, it was obvious how in love they were. Lacey had been a surprise baby, so they got married before she was born. They had their problems, like all couples, but underneath everything was devotion and passion. Lacey had never met anyone on her mother's side of the family. Summer's parents and siblings lived on a commune a few hours away, but when Summer made it clear she and Theo would not be moving there, they all disowned her. No one had even come to the funeral. So your teacher actually did come over to help? That's interesting. Grace eyed her son as if she was already picking out his wedding clothes. She did it to all the boys, even Tony Jr., but she was rather desperate to get Nick married, so Lacey had a mom again. Mar, stop, okay? Nick pleaded. She came over, we decorated, had some dinner, then she went home. Simple. Miss Lexi can actually cook. She made a casserole that was so yummy. And she said she'd help Uncle Nicky learn to cook. I'm sorry, I must be going deaf, a Tony Jr. said from the kitchen doorway. I could have sworn my princess just said Nick's going to learn how to cook. Uncle Tony. Lacey squealed, running towards him. He let her tackle him, falling to the floor with Lacey on top of him. Oh no, I've been defeated by the brave princess. What a world. Tony Jr. acted out an exaggerated death scene on the carpet, making Lacey giggle. Wait, is that the easiest way to get rid of him? He asked Robbie, walking in with a grin. Course if it is, I'm carrying a small child around with me at all times. Tony Jr. cracked open one eye to glare at his brother. Pretty sure you'd get arrested for kidnapping, but go for it, he retorted. We must support each other's dreams. Isn't he that right, princess? Lacey nodded, grinning, as she still sat on her Uncle Tony. When she looked up at Robbie, her enthusiasm greatly diminished. Hi, Uncle Robbie, Lacey said almost sadly. Robbie frowned, leaning down to Lacey's level. What's wrong, princess? Robbie asked. She didn't look up at him, just plucked at Tony's shirt. You were supposed to pick me up, Lacey said in a small, sad voice. Pick you up? I don't know, you mean at school on Thursday? I'm sorry, princess, but something came up. Robbie gave a little smirk at his double entendre. The rest of the family just rolled their eyes. They were used to Robbie slipping in dirty jokes into perfectly pleasant conversations. I thought. Lacey sniffed a little. I thought you'd gone to heaven to be with Mommy and Daddy, and that's why you didn't come. Everyone stopped talking at that. Grace had tears in her eyes and the boys all looked upset. Tony sat up, hugging Lacey, as her arms went around his neck and her legs wrapped around his waist. Nick looked heartbroken and sent his brother a death glare, but Robbie didn't see it as he was too focused on Lacey. Lacey, I am so sorry, Robbie said sincerely. There's no excuse for what I did. I had no idea it would scare you. I honestly forgot, and I know that's not okay. Can you forgive me? Lacey pulled back from Tony, blinking fast to stop herself from crying. She looked over at Robbie, who was sitting on the kitchen floor now with Tony. She got up and walked over to him. It's okay, Uncle Robbie, as she finally said. Robbie sighed, looking overly relieved. Miss Lexi told me sometimes grown-ups can't always keep their promises, even if they want to. I'm not mad. I'm just sad. Lacey reached over and hugged Robbie, who scooped her into his lap, holding onto her tightly. Grace wiped a few stray tears off her face, then pointed sternly at Nick, as if to say, yes, he fucked up, but he's still your brother, so behave. Thanks, princess, Robbie said hoarsely. Lacey pulled back from the hug and smiled at Robbie, kissing his cheek. Then she got up and skipped to the living room, singing a Jingle Bells, which broke the tension in the kitchen with everyone letting out deep breaths. God, I'm an ass, Robbie muttered. Nick, Grace, and Tony Jr. all hissed out a language, simultaneously, making everyone laugh. Robbie got up off the floor and held a hand out to help Tony up. He grabbed it and went over to the kitchen table to talk to their dad, while Robbie joined Nick by one of the counters. Man, I'm so sorry. I had no idea she'd think that. I need to shape up with all of this. You've been carrying it all so well, I didn't think I needed to change. But I will. For her. And you, and Theo and Summer. You guys deserve someone you can count on. We good. Nick hesitated for a brief moment, then held out his hand, which Robbie clasped, pulling Nick into a hug. They slapped each other's backs before separating, a small smile on both their faces. We're good, man, and Nick said. Lexer, she's talked to me about how we might not be letting Lacey grieve in the way she needs to, so she sees every little problem as this huge emergency. I've been guilty of that, too. Well, I wanna meet this girl, Grace said as she bustled around the kitchen. She's clearly smart, and Lacey's always going on about her, and that smile on your face tells me you see her as more than just Lacey's teacher. Nick blushed, making his dad, Robbie, and Tony Jr. laugh. Nicky, you got a crush on my little princess teacher? Tony Sr. asked. Nicky, you got a crush at all? I thought you were immune, with women just throwing themselves at you and you picking which one you wanted, Tony Jr. teased. Now, guys, Simon, Robbie said, his voice faking a placating tone, unlike the rest of you, I've actually seen Lexer DeSantos. It's pretty amazing Nick hasn't he already asked her to marry him yet. Everyone started laughing and Nick grabbed at Robbie, who was too fast and ran to the other side of the kitchen. Suddenly, Lacey came skidding into the room in her socks and Robbie grabbed her to use as a shield. Princess, you have to save me from Uncle Nicky. Robbie cried. Who's getting married? Lacey demanded. I heard married. Nick smiled and knelt down, remembering what Lexer had told him yesterday about Lacey being scared of whoever he might marry. No one's getting married, Peanut, and Nick said comfortingly. Oh. Lacey frowned at that answer. I thought maybe you and Miss Lexi were getting married. Then I'd have a mummy again and I'd get a brother. I've never had one of those before. A brother, who? He asked Grace, nosing around for any information. Before Nick could desperately change the conversation topic, Lacey ran over to Grace and wrapped her arms around her leg, smiling up at her. Miss Lexi has a son, TJ. His daddy's in heaven too. But he didn't die in a car. He died in something called a war. TJ didn't seem to really know what that was. He said Miss Lexi told him wars happen when good people have to stop bad people from hurting other nice people. I think. Something like that. But Miss Lexi lost her husband and TJ never got to meet his daddy cause he was still in Miss Lexi's tummy when his daddy died. TJ's really cool, though. Uncle Nicky thought so too. All eyes turned to Nick. TJ is great, Peanut, and Nick said with an uncomfortable smile. And a master decorator. I never could have gotten those lights done outside without his help. Well, that settles it, Grace said definitively. I simply must meet them. I tried inviting Miss Lexi and TJ to dinner today, but she said she didn't want to intrude. What does intrude mean? Lacey asked. Tony Sr. grabbed Lacey and sat her on his lap. She smiled and snuggled closer, laying her cheek on his chest. It means she didn't want to get in the way or make us feel like she and her son were showing up without our permission, Tony Sr. explained. Well, that is stupid. Lacey! Nick cried out. What? She said innocently. It is stupid. How could Miss Lexi and TJ be in the way? She is not originally from here, right? He asked Grace. No, the only family they have here is Lexer's sister, Angie, said Nick. Angie DeSantos? Tony Jr. asked. You know her? He asked Tony Sr. Yeah, we go to college together. Really nice girl. She can go a little wild sometimes, but it's college, that's basically a prerequisite. Invite all three of them to Thanksgiving, Nick, Grace said. Mar. That would be so fun, squealed Lacey. I know I wanna meet this girl, Tony Sr. added. They don't have any other family here and the holidays are a time for family. Invite them, Nicholas, ordered Grace. Oh, got the full name treatment, teased Robbie as he played with his phone. Better do what she says. You are just. Nick lunged at Robbie, who started laughing and ran into the living room. Tony Jr. and Lacey quickly followed, both laughing. Lexer. You? Angie asked again. You're going on a date? You, who has never been on a date in her entire life, is going on a date? Angie had come over to Lexer and TJ's for dinner on Sunday and now was refusing to leave after hearing her big sister was going on a date with Nick Giovanni. TJ had been the one to spill the beans, but he was currently passed out on the couch, leaving Lexer to deal with her inquisitive sister alone. It's not a big deal. Lexer was clearing the table when Angie laid a gentle hand on her wrist. Yeah, honey, it kind of is, Angie said uncharacteristically softly. You and Travis met and that was the end of it. And you haven't shown the slightest interest in a man since he. Angie trailed off, swallowing hard. She had taken Travis' death almost as hard as Lexer. Angie considered Travis and Tommy her brothers, and Travis' death had broken her in ways not even Lexer was sure she completely understood. Are you ready to date? If it was any other guy, I would say no, Lexer said, sighing, sitting down at the table. But Nick he gets it. Ang. He gets what it's like to lose someone you love. I don't feel broken or like I'm wearing a mask around him. He just sees me. Well, that is fantastic, babe. So what is the problem? Angie asked, sitting down beside her. I'm Lacey's teacher, Lexer reminded her. For a few more months. Who cares? And I've already been warned off him by some seriously catty single moms. What? Angie yelled, then slapped her hand over her mouth, both of them breathing out a sigh of relief when TJ didn't wake up. Why the hell didn't you say anything? Because it's not a big deal. You're lying, said Angie, rolling her eyes. I always know when you're lying. Lexer sighed, then pulled out her phone. After rehearsal on Saturday, I got my phone out to text you. It accidentally recorded this. Lexer played the recording of Arlene Davidson threatening her. Angie's hands were clenched into fists on top of the kitchen table. Who is this bitch and where do I find her? Leave it alone, hon, Lexer warned. I have enough going on. I don't need to add bailing my little sister out of jail for attacking some entitled snob to the list. Fine. For now, Angie said sulkily. But just know I'll be looking out for this woman. Lexer shook her head, smiling. She rinsed off the rest of the dishes and stuck them in the dishwasher, starting it before sighing. Jefferson S. made me another offer. Lexer didn't he turn around to look at Angie. Seriously? Thomas Jefferson was a K-12 public school and the biggest school in the county. They had a wonderful preschool program that TJ was enrolled in and had been trying to poach Lexer since she got to town. She was becoming more and more inclined to accept their offer. While Lexer loved her students, she was becoming incredibly disillusioned with the societal politics that surrounded St. Thomas. Everyone acted so superior that their kid was enrolled there, like they had a super secret way to use the safety scissors they just hadn't bothered to tell the public school. People like Arlene Davidson also made Lexer want to leave. She had been dealing with high-class snobs her whole life, and didn't he want to continue doing it during her career? What do you tell them? He asked Angie. That I think about it, Lexer said. They want an answer soon, so I could start teaching there next semester. Do you want to take the job? Lexer sighed, sitting back down. Yeah, I think I do, she admitted. Then take it. Look, you and we grew up with all this private school bullshit. We never had a choice. But you shouldn't stay at St. Thomas if it's not a good fit. Especially when you have another, very attractive option. Lexer sighed again, glancing at TJ. I think I'd be more comfortable having people know about TJ, and about what happened with Travis, if I was at Jefferson. That stupid behavior clause in St. Thomas' hiring contract has made me feel like I need to hide away, keep TJ a secret. I hate that. Look, babe, Angie said, taking Lexer's hand in hers, if you feel like you can't even acknowledge you have a son because of St. Thomas, then leave. You shouldn't have to be scared to live your life. Shouldn't I be giving you advice? I'm your big sister. It's kind of my job. Maybe, if we were normal, Angie said with a grin. But we are so far outside of normal, we're not even in the same city. County. State. Country. Exactly, Angie said, both of them laughing as they stood up from the kitchen table. Do what your heart tells you. If it says you'll be happier at Jefferson, then go. And don't you dare cancel this date, because I can tell you really like this guy. Lexer walked Angie to the front door. Yeah. We'll see how everything goes. I love you. It's okay to be happy again, Lex. They hugged, then Angie left to drive back to campus. Lexer locked up her little house, then picked up TJ, putting him to bed. When she got to his doorway, she turned around, staring at his sleeping face. Things would be so much different if you were here, Trav, Lexer couldn't help but think. I just hope I'm doing the right thing for TJ. And for me. On Tuesday, as Lexer was straightening up her classroom at the end of the day, she heard a light knock on her open door. Turning, she saw Nick leaning against the frame, a smile on his face. Hey you, Lexer said with a smile. Hey yourself. I can't stay long, Lacey's already in the car, but I wanted to pop in and ask if you were free on Friday. I probably could be. Why? Nick gave Lexer his heart-stopping grin. Because I wanted to take you out. On our official date. Lexer looked down, biting her lower lip, before taking in a deep breath. Okay, she said. Yes, and Nick pumped his fist, making Lexer laugh. It'll be fun, I promise. Not traditional, but fun. Dress code? She asked. Casual. We're going somewhere special but not super fancy. Plus, I can tell after spending some time with you, I have a feeling you wouldn't like anything overly fancy. You're right. I wouldn't like anything really fancy. All right, Nick, I'm excited to see what you've come up with. I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock. Your house? Yeah, that sounds good, Alexa said, nodding. Awesome. And are we still on to go lumber shopping for the pageant backdrops tomorrow? Yeah. I'll have to bring TJ. I hope that's okay. My sister's studying for finals, so I don't want to interrupt that with emergency babysitting. Of course that's okay. I can't wait to see the little guy. And you, of course. Oh, of course, Alexa retorted dryly. Nick grinned. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, right? Robbie's watching Lacey, so we should be able to get everything. Your place again? Lexa nodded. Awesome. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Lexa called as Nick jogged down the hallway. He turned and waved, grinning, before going around a corner. Lexa shook her head, still smiling, as she walked back into her classroom. What was that? Lexa looked up to see Heather Morris, one of the substitute teachers at St. Thomas, grinning at her from the doorway. Tall and slender with long dark hair, Heather was one of the only friends Lexa had managed to make at St. Thomas. Nothing, Alexa replied. Bull. Heather pulled Lexer's classroom door closed behind her. She and Lexa had bonded early on when Lexa really needed a friend at the school, and Heather wasn't one of the St. Thomas elites, despite substitute teaching there for a few years now. Her two boys were enrolled at Jefferson and Lexa. Angie and TJ had spent quite a number of nights with Heather, her husband, and their sons. She was also the only person connected to St. Thomas that knew about TJ and Travis. To me, that looked like Nick Giovanni asking you out, Heather said, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Him, Lexa hummed to herself. Then maybe it was something. Lexa was still cleaning up her classroom when Heather squealed, running over to her. You have to tell me everything. There's nothing to tell. Lexa said with a laugh. He asked me out, I said yes, now we're going on a date. Lexa, I am not a member of the Botoxed Mommies Club. Nick Giovanni has been turning down dates around here for years. When Theo and Summer passed and he became Lacey's guardian, he made it even more clear he wasn't interested. Not that has really stopped the really determined women who only see his biceps and bank account. Lexa couldn't help it and started laughing. Biceps and bank account? Hey, those are really important things around here, you know that. I knew the bank account was, but I had no idea that biceps mattered, Lexa laughed as Heather shrugged. To all the women whose first marriage was strictly for access to the bank account, heck yes, they matter. Or everyone here is so shallow. Not you, obviously. But all the parents, even most of the teachers and administrators, care more about status symbols than their child's education. Hey, it's why my boys are at Jefferson, said Heather. It's a great school and I know they're not going to get spoiled. I'm thinking of taking a job there, Lexa confessed. Seriously? Yeah. This place, it reminds me how I grew up. I went to a fancy private school and I'm not sure I learned anything about the real world until I got to college and realized other people don't actually care about who designed your purse. Lexa and Heather leaned against her desk. I always forget you grew up rich, Heather commented. You don't act like it at all. Probably because I was actually raised by Travis' family and not my own. Look, I do miss you around here. But you have to do what's right for you and your family. If that's Jefferson, then go for it, Heather said, unwittingly echoing Angie. Thanks. Heather gave Lexer a brief hug. You deserve to be happy. If it's here, great. If it's at Jefferson, great. If it's with Nick Giovanni, great, and send me some pics. Lexer laughed as she pushed Heather out of her classroom. Get out. Go be a mom or something. Pics or didn't he happen? Heather yelled as Lexer closed her door, laughing, and finally finished cleaning up her classroom. Nick. On Wednesday afternoon, Nick drove one of the company trucks to Lexer's house, knowing they were going to need all the cargo space in the back for everything they planned on getting. Once Nick reached Lexer's address, he smiled. The house was in a quiet neighborhood and didn't he look very big, but Nick guessed if he walked in, it would immediately give off those homey vibes most of the McMansions his company built could never replicate. He stepped out of the truck just as Lexer and TJ came outside, TJ barreling towards him and crashing into his legs. Hey, buddy! Nick picked TJ up and swung him around, making the little boy laugh. Lexer walked up to them, smiling, as she put her house keys into her purse. I just need to grab his seat, she said. Then we can go. Oh, I grabbed one of Lacey's old ones. It's 20 to 35 pounds, so I figured that would work. That's perfect. Actually, he's 32 pounds. Thank you, Nick. He blushed slightly as Lexer smiled at him before turning to TJ. Ready to go? Yeah. TJ exclaimed excitedly. Nick picked him up and strapped him into the booster seat as Lexer settled herself in the passenger's seat. No, Lacey? TJ asked, glancing around. Not today, baby, Lexer answered. She's with her uncle, Robbie. Oh. TJ sounded disappointed. Nick got in, starting the truck up and pulling out of the driveway. Hey, don't worry, buddy, he said. I'm sure you guys will see each other soon. I hope so, TJ nodded. I like Lacey. She's nice. I agree, she's very nice, Lexer said with a smile. Oh, speaking of that, actually. Nick rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I mean, speaking of my overly friendly family, my mom, well, me too, but I figured you'd turn me down, so, oh, that's why I didn't wanna ask, but now I don't know, I mean, maybe. Nick. She cut off his rambling. What's up? My mom wants to invite you, Angie, and TJ to Thanksgiving, and Nick said quickly. Whoa. Lexer sounded surprised and moved. That's really nice of her. I know it would be the day before our official. Nick glanced back at TJ, who was absorbed playing with his Captain America action figure. Our official date, but Ma really wants to meet you. Plus, when she heard it would probably be just you, Angie, and TJ for the holiday, she insisted. And you were afraid to tell her no? Lexer teased. Yeah, I've learned the hard way that you don't say no to my ma, and Nick said with a brief chuckle. So, what do you say? Thanksgiving, my parents' house? Oh, I don't know, Nick. I don't want to intrude. Oh, you wouldn't be, he reassured her. Trust me, everyone would love if the three of you came. But I'm sure Summer's family will be there and I don't want to make things uncomfortable, like I'm sliding into their daughter's role in Lacey's life. Nick snorted. Oh, no, none of them will be there, he said rather coldly. They're off living some weird, commune life a couple hours away from here. They disowned Summer when she married Theo, and none of them have even met Lacey. Wait, not even at the funeral? Lexer sounded appalled. None of her family came. That's cold. And really childish. Tell me about it, said Nick. But Summer just became a part of our family. I know she missed her parents and siblings, but since none of them ever reached out, she didn't want to put Lacey through the pain of potentially having a relationship with them, then it getting taken away. Makes sense. Lexer nodded. Poor woman, having to choose between the family that raised you and the family you're making. Nick pulled into a parking spot at the hardware store, getting out and grabbing TJ to set him down. TJ ran around the front of the truck to his mom so he could hold her hand as they walked in. Then he surprised both Nick and Lexer when he slid his little hand into Nick's, happily walking between them as they entered the store. I'll say yes to Thanksgiving on one condition, Lexer finally said as they reached the doors. Name it. Your mom lets me help out in the kitchen. Either baking some dishes beforehand or helping her while we're there. Done, and Nick said, grinning. Stop looking so worried. My family is excited to meet the famous Miss Lexi and the rest of her family. It'll be great. Lexer smiled wryly as they got one of the huge shopping carts, placing TJ in the front and buckling him in. I'm letting you take the lead here, Lexer said as she glanced around the store, since I have literally no idea what we need. Nick slung an arm around her shoulders. Stick with me, kid. I've got you covered. Lexer laughed, playfully pushing Nick away. She suddenly stopped when she thought she saw a bright flash from a few aisles away. What's wrong? He asked. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. All right, oh wise one, teach me the mysteries of lumber. Nick and Lexer both laughed as they set off to find material for the pageant backdrop. Lexer was officially freaking out. She, Angie, and TJ were meeting Nick's family for Thanksgiving, and she had no idea what to wear or how to act. Angie was the picture of calm, lounging on Lexer's bed in a navy jumpsuit and leather jacket. Lexer's fashion tastes ran more conservative, and she was trying to decide between 3 dresses. Help! Lexer exclaimed, annoyed at Angie's nonchalance. Angie just laughed. Why are you so worried? Nick already likes you. Lacey too. Yes, but now I'm trying to make a good impression on the rest of his family, so help me. Lexer ordered. Angie kept laughing, but stood up, looking over the dresses Lexer had laid out on the bed. Okay, what are you wearing on your date tomorrow? Nick said it's casual, so I was planning on jeans and boots. Probably a sweater. And a coat, obviously, Lexer replied. Casual, huh? He asked Angie. I like this guy already if he knows not to take you to some fancy, over-the-top restaurant. I know, right? Lexer smiled, which fell when she looked at the clothes on her bed. However, his knowledge of what I like in dates doesn't help my current dilemma. You made desserts, right? Yes, Lexer said slowly, unsure where Angie was going. But I'm pretty sure if I showed up to his family's Thanksgiving wearing desserts, there would be a problem. Har, so funny. No, my point is that your desserts are killer. They're going to love you as soon as they taste them. Which doesn't happen until the end of the meal. Lexer said, running her hands through her hair. Okay, just chill, Angie said. Now, who are you trying to impress the most? What do you mean? I mean, if you're trying to impress Nick, the sexier, the better. If you're trying to win over his brothers, I'd go more casual, pants or skirt, not a dress. But if you're impressing his mom, wear the starlight dress. Really? He asked Alexa, surprised. I was kind of saving that for the Christmas pageant. Him. Angie looked over the choices. Then the burgundy velvet in the full skirt with a black belt. You can keep your makeup casual, maybe throw your hair up in a loose chignon. Plus, the dress falls just above your knees, which is both casual and sexy, but looks super classy paired with tights and ankle boots. Oh, thank you, Lexa said, hugging her. Now get out, I have to change. Angie walked out, laughing, and collected TJ to get him strapped into the car. She also grabbed a few desserts to bring out. Lexa had gone overboard, but she really wanted the Giovanni's to like her, so she felt like making an assortment of desserts was worth it. Lexa felt like she could do this. Probably. Meeting a guy's family on Thanksgiving was a big step, but she could handle this. Lexa pulled up her hair, leaving a few curls floating down, and put on a little bit of makeup, checking to make sure everything looked okay, before running out into the kitchen. She put her coat on and grabbed the rest of the desserts, trying to calm down. Seriously, you can do this, she thought. Stop freaking out. Nick was watching a football game at his parents' house after his mother banned everyone from the kitchen. Lacey was skipping around, keeping an eye on the driveway, when she squealed. They're here, they're here. Lacey cried out. Everyone stood up at once. Nick's father and his brothers all headed for the door when his mother yelled out. Nope. Grace said sternly. These are Nicky's guests. You all sit down right now. Some light-hearted grumbling greeted this as Nick grinned, opening the door. Lacey immediately ran outside, wrapping her arms around Lexa's waist. Miss Lexi, you're here. Lexa grinned and knelt down, hugging Lacey back. Happy Thanksgiving, sweetie. Happy Thanksgiving. TJ. Lacey ran over and gave TJ a hug, which he returned with a grin. Hi, Lacey. Hi. Who re you? Lacey asked the smiling young woman juggling 3 different pies. My name is Angie. I'm TJ's aunt and Miss Lexi's sister. Lacey squealed again, running over to hug her as Angie laughed. Lexa walked around the back of the car, her arms also full of desserts. Nick raised an eyebrow as he took a few desserts from both Lexa and Angie. You do know you didn't have to make individual desserts for everyone, right? He said, teasing her. Angie chuckled and Lexa blushed as Nick led them inside, Lacey holding onto TJ's hand. Lacey quickly pulled TJ into the living room and Nick nodded his head towards the kitchen. This way first, so I can introduce you to Mar, then I'll introduce you to everyone Mar kicked out of the kitchen, and Nick said. I heard that. A smiling older woman made her way over to Lexa and Angie, helping them set down all the desserts. Well, this is amazing. Grace exclaimed. You know you didn't have to make so much. I know, Mrs. Giovanni, but, well, I just... Lexa trailed off. She is super nervous and is using her baking skills to impress everyone, Angie said casually. Angie. Lexa hissed. Angie had an unapologetic look on her face as her sister scowled at her. Grace just laughed. Oh, honey, we've been impressed with you since you started teaching Lacey. But I won't lie, all of my boys will fall in love with you because of the baked goods. Even Nick. Angie asked shamelessly. Lexa gasped as Nick blushed, making Grace laugh even more. Angelique de Santos, go away. Right now. Go. Fine, Angie said. "It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Giovanni." Angie was still grinning as she left the room. Nick walked over to Lexer. "We better hope she and Robbie don't hit it off," he warned. "Otherwise, the wise's remarks will be at an all-time high." Lexer laughed, shaking her head. "I swear she was raised better." "I don't know where I went wrong," Lexer said, making Nick look at her curiously. Before he could say anything, his mother cut in. "Nicky, take Lexer's coat, please. I need her for just a second to tell me where all the desserts should go, then you can introduce her to everyone else." "Oh, sure, Mar. I'll be right back." He absent-mindedly kissed Lexer's cheek as he took off her coat, frowning at his mother. She clearly wanted to have a word in private with Lexer. Well, this could be either really good or really bad, Nick thought. "Lexer." Lexer smoothed down her dress with slightly shaky hands. Grace Giovanni was a lovely woman, but it was obvious she could be fierce as hell when she wanted to be. "Anything I can help with, Mrs. Giovanni?" "I told you, dear, it's Grace. And I think I have everything under control, but I might come and grab you once it's time to mash the potatoes. The boys tend to go a little wild and we end up with more potatoes on the walls than the bowl." "Good to know," Lexer laughed. "TJ will never be growing out of that making the biggest mess possible phase, will he?" "Oh, boys never grow up, dear. We like to pretend they do, but all women know that inside every grown man is a little boy ready to start a food fight at a moment's notice." "Please tell me your Thanksgivings never devolved into food fights?" "I really wish I could, dear." They both laughed as Grace came over and started helping Lexer start putting the pies and other desserts onto empty counter space away from the stoves. "I actually wanted to thank you, in private," Grace said quietly. "While I'm sure Nicky's dying to come back in here, he knows better. You've trained him well." It took a moment for Lexer to fully absorb what Grace had said. "Wait, I don't understand. What do you want to thank me for?" Grace was silent for a few moments, smoothing down the apron covering her dress. When she looked back up at Lexer, there were tears in her eyes. Grace, are you all right?" Lexer immediately walked over to her, gently running her hand up and down the older woman's back as she led her to the kitchen table. Grace couldn't help but chuckle as she grabbed a paper napkin, dabbing under her eyes. "Oh, goodness, I'm sorry, I'm acting ridiculous." "Of course you're not," Alexa replied, though she had no idea what had upset Grace. "Do you want me to go grab someone for you?" No, dear, please, sit," said Grace. Lexer sat down next to her, and Grace grasped Lexer's hands with her own. "I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for Lacey. And for Nicky too," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "You probably don't know this, but right after we lost Theo and Summer, Big Tony and I moved into their house along with Nicky. We all needed to be there for Lacey. I'm not sure she understood right away what had happened. Just that her mommy and daddy weren't home anymore. But the longer it went on, the angrier Lacey got. She didn't understand why they couldn't just come back home when she needed them." Grace took a shaky breath. So it was understandable that she became quite angry me, Big Tony, and Nicky. Especially Nicky, because he reminded her so much of her father. She would lash out at us, blaming us for them being gone. Nicky tried to take it all on himself. He tried to spare the rest of us, but it was obvious how difficult things were becoming. Nicky and Theo were so close. Well, all the boys were. So Nicky wasn't just trying to figure out how to become a parent. He was trying to figure out how to keep going without his best friend. Lexer squeezed Grace's hands supportively. Grace smiled at her, still a little tearful. Big Tony and I moved back here once school started. We all thought it would be good for Lacey to get back on a schedule, and for her and Nikki to figure out their new normal at home without us there. Besides, I wouldn't always be able to be there, not with Big Tony-esque chemo. But Nikki became even more withdrawn from the rest of the family. He threw himself into his work at that company, even when he knew Robbie and Tony Jr. were ready and willing to take on more responsibilities. We were all so worried about the two of them and we didn't know what to do. Grace gave Lexer a tremulous smile. We had seriously considered just taking Lacey out of school for the year, but then she'd be a year behind her friends. And Nikki just wouldn't hear of it. When the school year started, we were all so worried. But then she started getting better. Smiling. And laughing. Playing around with the boys again. She wasn't angry anymore, at least not the way she used to be. At first, we all thought it was just being around kids her own age. But then Nikki told us about you. About her counseling sessions and how they were making such a big difference in Lacey's behavior. Grace shook her head, smiling. She is so much better now than she was just a few months ago. Of course, we know there are still problems, things she is struggling with and not talking to us about. But we know she is talking to you. You've become so important to her. Lacey is important to me too, Lexer said. I know I shouldn't say it, but she is by far my favorite student. I love her. Oh, do you? Do you really? Grace seemed almost desperate for an answer. When Lexer nodded, she smiled, letting out a deep breath. You have no idea how happy that makes me. And Nikki S. started getting better too. I know you've only been spending a lot of time together recently, but even before, when you'd have your meetings concerning Lacey, he started opening back up. He let us all back in. He is finally figuring out how to grieve and make peace with these huge changes in his life. The boy is still a workaholic, but I'm hoping he has finally found a reason to pull back from the company some. Lexer blushed as Grace patted her hand, a loving maternal smile covering her features. So thank you for everything you've done for our family. I can never tell you how much it has meant to all of us. You're welcome. I'm not sure I really did that much, but I'm happy I was able to help, even in some small way. Grace smiled at her and stood up from the table, Lexer following as well. It was hardly small, but I can see you're much too humble to accept such high praise, Grace said. Now, I better release you so Nikki doesn't completely lose it. Lexer laughed and impulsively gave Grace a hug, which the latter returned with enthusiasm. Thank you for having my family over for Thanksgiving, Lexer said sincerely. I think we really needed this. Oh, of course, dear. You and my little angel already love each other and I have a sneaking suspicion we'll be seeing a lot more of you around here. Lexer blushed and looked down as Grace chuckled, then yelled out. You can come in now, Nikki. Nick appeared right away, making Lexer think he had been hovering in case she needed rescuing. Am I allowed to introduce Lexer to everyone else? He asked. Watch that attitude, young man, Grace warned. And I just wanted to have a quick chat with your delightful friend. Sure, Mar. I totally believe that. Nick grabbed Lexer's hand and practically dragged her out of the kitchen. She wasn't too harsh or anything, right? Nick whispered, obviously worried. She was lovely, Nick. You're really lucky to have such a wonderful mom. Well, hold that thought until you meet everyone and then start wondering how the rest of us went so wrong. Nick kept Lexer's hand in his as he led her to the living room and the rest of the family. Mommy! TJ, seeing Lexer entering the living room, ran toward her and she leaned down to pick him up. Hi, baby. Are you having fun? So much. TJ enthused. Lacey has the coolest toys and she has so many uncles. I only have one, but she has 3. Isn't he that awesome? So awesome. Lexer agreed. Everyone's eyes were on Lexer and Nick, who put a possessive hand on her lower back and glared at his brothers, making Angie and Tony Sr. grin. When Lexer glanced up from TJ, she noticed Angie sitting in the middle of the sofa, between a large, older man that must be Nick's father and a young man that looked to be around Angie's age. Another man a year or 2 older than Lexer was sitting on the floor with Lacey, smirking at his brother as he blatantly looked Lexer up and down. Lexer remembered that was Robbie, who she had met a few times when he picked Lacey up from school. Lacey doesn't he have an aunt, though, TJ continued. I have one, but she doesn't he. Hey, I already told you, bud, if Lacey needs an aunt, I'm more than happy to step in, Angie said, grinning. I mean, I am pretty awesome at it. Everyone laughed as TJ wiggled to be put back down. Once he was on the floor, he ran to Angie, who swept him up. You're the bestest aunt ever, Auntie Angie. All my friends say they don't get to see their aunts every day, so they're jealous I get to. Angie gave TJ a smacking kiss to the cheek before letting him down. He immediately made a beeline for Lacey, who started helping him build with the large Legos they had spread out around them. Robbie stood and walked over to Lexer and Nick, a shit-eating grin on his face. The unconscious way Nick's hand flexed on her back told Lexer that Robbie was about to try and annoy his brother, most likely by flirting with her. She could barely restrain an eye roll. Ms. DeSantos, Robbie said, his voice deeper than she remembered. We meet again. He lifted Lexer's hands to his lips, giving it a kiss. Nick practically growled next to her. Robbie, he said threateningly. Robbie just grinned, keeping a hold of Lexer's hand. I can't tell you how happy I was when I heard you be joining us. Perhaps you'd like to take a tour of the house later? I can think of a few rooms you'd find particularly enjoyable. Nick tried to lunge at his brother, but Lexer just put a hand on his chest, stopping him in his tracks. It's nice to see you again, too, Robbie, Elicia said sweetly. Especially since the last time I think I was supposed to see you. Poor, darling Lacey was left all alone at school, waiting for her ride. A collective eosh from the peanut gallery rang throughout the room. Lexer pulled her hand back, hitting Robbie with her fakest smile. Now tell me, do those cheesy pickup lines actually work on anyone with an IQ over 50? She asked. Robbie blushed as everyone else started laughing. Oh, I like her. Big Tony, honey, or Tony Sr. It's a pleasure to meet my princess favorite person. Hey! Nick said indignantly. Or, shut it, we all know Miss Lexi is Lacey's favorite. Isn't he that right, princess? Tony Sr. asked. What? She said blankly, looking up from her Legos. Everyone laughed again as Lexer held out her hand for Tony to shake. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Thank you so much for having my family over to your home for Thanksgiving. Of course, doll. Your little boy is a delight. And Angie here is absolutely wonderful. Careful, senior, or I might fall in love and think how awkward that would be, Angie warned. The entire family started laughing again. Lexer was delighted, surprised, and happy about how wonderful it was to be surrounded by a loving family again. Lexer. Lexer settled into a comfy chair in the living room, Nick sitting down on the armrest and spreading his arm out behind her. Tony Sr. grinned at him. What were doing, kid? There are plenty of other seats. Yeah, well, I'm comfortable right here, and Nick said. The young man sitting next to Angie just shook his head, then leaned over, extending his hand to shake Lexer's. It's really nice to finally meet you, Lexer. I'm Tony Jr. I go to school with Angie. Seriously? Lexer glanced at her sister, who smiled and nodded. I had no idea. It's wonderful to meet you. Tony Jr. smiled warmly at Lexer, as Tony Sr. turned to her, ignoring the football game. So Angie here says you're from New England? Sort of, Lexer said. Angie and I went to school in New Hampshire, but we spent all our holidays and breaks in Kentucky. So that's where your folks live? Lexer grimaced as Angie let out a bark of sarcastic laughter. Har, no. Angie exclaimed. Our biological idiots live in Manhattan. Travis' family was from Kentucky. Who's Travis? He asked Tony Jr. My husband. My former husband. Whoa, you were married? Robbie said, sounding shocked. Lexer looked up at Nick. You didn't tell them? It didn't seem like my place, Nick said with a shrug. Lacey might have mentioned it, though. I did, Lacey piped up. Remember, Uncle Robbie, how Miss Lexi's husband and TJ's daddy is up in heaven with Mummy and Daddy? TJ and I think they're probably friends. Wouldn't that be cool? Very cool, princess. Robbie turned back to Lexer. Sorry, I sometimes don't pay attention when people are talking. Bad habit of mine. One you have never tried to break, Nick pointed out. Robbie sent Nick a nasty look, who returned it with one of his own. Lexer just laughed. TJ's dad was an army ranger, Lexer explained. He died in Afghanistan a few years ago. Shit, Lexer, I'm so sorry, Robbie said. Language, every Giovanni in the living room yelled, making Lexer and Angie burst into laughter. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys do that too. Angie sounded delighted. I have a teensy problem saying no words, so Lex is always yelling language. At me. No words? Tony Jr. asked with a smirk. Angie just shrugged. Lexer started doing it when she was pregnant, and I would talk to her belly. Although I'm pretty sure Helen is the one who started the no words bit. Helen was TJ's grandma, Lexer explained. They still in Kentucky? He asked Tony Sr. Lexer hesitated. Wow, I feel like I'm really killing the mood. But Helen and Jacob, TJ's grandpa, died in a car crash before he was born. He never got to meet any of them. Except Uncle Tommy. But he's in the war that killed Daddy, TJ added. Damn, Lexer, Robbie said, shaking his head. I'd give you a hug except I'm pretty sure Nick would slug me if I tried. You're not wrong, Nick said. Everyone laughed, the mood lifting. The conversation turned to the Christmas pageant, the different ways holidays were celebrated in California and Kentucky, and other silly things that made everyone smile. Lexer, Angie, and TJ seemed to seamlessly slide into the Giovanni family, laughing and teasing and having a wonderful time. Lexer, dear? Grace called from the kitchen. Might I borrow you for a bit of culinary magic before dinner is ready? Excuse me. I believe I'm supposed to be protecting your walls from mashed potatoes, Lexer smiled, standing up. No. Robbie cried. Mashing the potatoes is a Thanksgiving tradition. He threw back his head dramatically as Lexer chuckled, heading toward the kitchen. Nick. Nick looked around the dining room table, watching his and Lexer's families parse around food, tease each other, and easily laugh like they used to before the accident. He expected her to fit in so well, at least not right away. But everyone seemed to have adopted her, Angie, and TJ. Grace had insisted TJ sit next to her, while Lacey insisted she sit next to TJ, so his mom was making sure the kids got enough food and listening intently to their rambling, silly conversations. Robbie and Angie were exchanging biting insults and all-around mockery, making Tony Sr. and Junior howl with laughter. Lexer was making sure every dish made it around the table, listening to all the conversations to add her input, and, all in all, making sure everyone was taken care of. Nick thought she actually reminded him of Grace in that way their family was the most important thing in their lives, so they would go out of their way, sometimes ignoring their own needs, to make sure everyone was taken care of. "Hey, Lexer." "Him?" Lexer asked absent-mindedly, passing the yams to Tony Sr. "You know you can get some food too?" Nick said. Lexer didn't seem to understand what he meant until she glanced down at her own plate, and all that was there was a single slice of turkey. Lexer blushed, clearly embarrassed. "Right. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure." Everyone else was taken care of, he answered Nick for her. Lexer nodded, her blush deepening. "Yeah, oh, Mar does that. When we were little, we'd actually have to remind her to eat. She was so busy running around, making sure everyone had food, drinks, napkins. So many napkins." Lexer chuckled. "Well, she had all of you and Theo to look after, yet I'm still doing the same thing with just Angie and TJ." Lexer smiled, shaking her head as she finally started dishing out some food on her plate. "I'm just used to taking care of everyone. Kind of a hard habit to break." "I'm not saying you should break it," and Nick said reassuringly. "I'm sure it's part of the reason you're such an amazing teacher. But just, chill. Just for today. You're our guest." "Chill, her?" "Not a concept I'm familiar with, sad to say." "Well, hopefully I can help with that tomorrow," and Nick said. "Oh, is that our date? You teaching me how to chill?" Lexer used her quotes around the word chill, making Nick grin. Hopefully tomorrow is educational in a lot of ways. Lexer narrowed her eyes at Nick. "I'm not sure I like the slightly evil grin you've got going on. Should I be worried?" "No," said Nick, as Robbie and Angie answered a yes, at the same time. Nick glared at them as Lexer laughed. "Eavesdropping?" "Lex, it's a table. You can't eavesdrop. You can just overhear," Angie said. "And then add to the conversation," included Robbie. "Exactly," finished Angie. They gave each other a brief fist bump before focusing back on Lexer and Nick. "So, Nick, do I need to be worried about your intentions with my sister? Should we prepare a panic word she can text me so I can call with a fake emergency?" "Angie, Jesus, lay off!" Lexer exclaimed. "Hey, I'm just looking out for you. And these Giovanni men are much too pretty for their own good, which means they're used to women just falling at their feet." Both Nick and Robbie sputtered indignantly for very different reasons. "Hey, I am not pretty," said Robbie. "I'm hot, sexy, gorgeous. Pretty is for little girls and occasionally ponies." "Sure, buddy," Angie said, patting his hand condescendingly. "Whatever you say. And women do not fall at my feet." Nick said. A coughing chorus of a bullshit went around the table, making Lexer bite her lip and Angie straight up laugh. "Hey, I've heard all about your reputation," Lexer said. "Well, your rep before Lacey. Plus, you still have all the single moms at St. Thomas trying to snag you." Okay, first of all, yes, I admit I was an idiot about women before I got Lacey. I'm not proud of it, but you can't change the past. Second of all, I haven't paid those single mom women people any attention because I have no interest in someone who only likes my bank account, not me. Single mom women people? Lexer shook her head in mock sadness. You, my friend, need a quick English refresher. And I have it on good authority, it's not just your bank account those moms are interested in, it's your biceps too. Robbie and Tony Jr. burst out laughing as Nick blushed. Oh my God, please tell me you overheard some of those moms talking about Nick's biceps, said Tony Jr. Or that amazing ass? He asked Robbie. Everyone knows the ladies can't resist his perfect ass. Language, Nick cried. And can we please stop talking about my you-know? He waved in the direction of the seat of his chair. Hey, I still remember that one girl from the country club who literally composed a poem to your derriere, said Robbie. Shut up, Angie said gleefully. And please tell me you remember every word and plan on reciting it to us later? Everyone laughed as Nick groaned, burying his red face in his hands. Ask us again when there aren't any little ears, Tony Jr. advised. That poem is full of no words. Stop. Jesus Christ, just stop, Nick said through his hands. Or, Nicky, it is legally our job to make fun of you. It's part of the small print when you get brothers, Robbie said. Theo was never this mean to me, Nick said, practically pouting. Har, yes he was. Tony Sr. turned from the conversation he was having with his wife to grin at all the young people crowded around his dining room table. Theo teased you like crazy, Nicky. He did it to all of YA. I have no idea what you're talking about, Grace said. My Theo was an angel to his brothers. Daddy is an angel, right, Narner? He asked Lacey. That's right, my little angel, he answered Grace. Your daddy and mommy are angels, just like TJ's daddy. Lexer smiled at the huge grin that covered TJ's face at that statement. Lexer never thought TJ would get to experience what it was like to have a grandmother, but Grace seemed to have taken on the job without even realizing she was doing it. Okay, subject change, please, Nick said quickly. Oh, hey, let us break out Lexer's desserts. Who wants desserts? A chorus of EMES and EIDOES greeted this question. Lexer just shook her head, standing and gathering the dirty dishes, while separating out the food that needed to be refrigerated. Oh, you don't need to do that, dear, I've got it. Grace stood too, but Lexer just laughed and shook her head. Honestly, I do feel we're not helping out. Babe, that's because you are weird, Angie told her. Hush, or I'm not saving you any apple cobbler. Angie gasped, looking genuinely horrified. You wouldn't she asked. Keep being mean to me and find out, Lexer said primly. Angie turned to Robbie and Tony Jr. You're right, older siblings are the worst. They grinned as Lexer shook her head sadly, getting ready to take the dishes into the kitchen. All right, no cobbler for you. No, I didn't mean it, you're the best sister in the entire world. Angie said, scrambling after Lexer. Everyone started laughing as Lexer headed to the kitchen with the dishes, Angie pleading behind her. We'll need a little time to heat everything up, so why doesn't everybody head to the living room and find a movie for us to watch? Grace suggested as she got up, walking towards the kitchen. Kid-friendly. Everyone trooped off to the living room as Lexer and Grace entered the kitchen. Lexer couldn't seem to stop smiling. She'd been so nervous, but this day had been perfect. She was so grateful she had decided to take a chance on Nick. He, and his family, was worth it. Lexer. So I'm going on a date, Lexer said, letting out a breath. Which is totally not a big deal. People go on dates every day. Hell, I bet people go on multiple dates a day since they have those app thingies. This is definitely not a reason to freak out. And it's just one date. Just, two people. Hanging out. Getting to know each other. Mommy, are you talking to someone? Lexer jumped as TJ walked into her room and flopped onto her bed, and, consequently, on all of the clothes she had thrown on it to try and find a casual, cute, but not like she was trying too hard, outfit. Sorry, baby, I'm a little nervous. Aren't you just going out with Nick? He asked TJ. You should have so much fun. He's awesome. He's certainly something. Lexer was trying very hard not to freak out, but after Thanksgiving with the Giovanni's yesterday, she was desperate for this to go well. Nick's entire family was amazing and they had all been so welcoming to her, Angie, and TJ. Lexer hadn't felt like part of a big, whole family in ages. She loved the family she had. TJ, Angie, and Tommy when he was home was more than enough. But she had forgotten how much she missed the loving warmth of a big, rowdy family gathering. Lexer had seen how much fun TJ had and how he had soaked up the attention from Grace, Tony Sr., and the boys. Angie seemed at home, too, which was a minor miracle, since she didn't let people close anymore. In fact, she had trust issues that could probably rival Lexer's own. Is Auntie Angie here yet? Nope. But she said we could build a fort and watch movies and have ice cream. TJ exclaimed excitedly. She did. Here? And why is today so special you get fort ice cream? She said 'cause you playing with Nick was a miracle and we had to celebrate, he explained. Lexer choked, coughing. She said what? 'Cause you and Nick are going on a play date. Well, Auntie Angie said date, but that's like my play dates, right? Yes. Yes, they are, Lexer said quickly, averting her eyes. They are exactly like your play dates with your friends. Thought so. What were you doing? You guys could stay here and play in the fort with us. Oh, I don't know. Nick wanted it to be a surprise. Oh, fun. I bet I can guess. Before TJ had a chance to start guessing Lexer's date plans, they heard the front door open, then slam shut. Hello? Anyone home? Angie called out. TJ jumped off the bed, knocking some of Lexer's clothes onto the floor. Auntie Angie. Auntie Angie. Lexer heard Angie's over-the-top Tyrannosaurus Rex growl and TJ's peals of laughter. Before her sister appeared in her bedroom doorway, TJ perched on her hip. Whoa! Did your closet explode or was there a very small, very localized tornado? She asked. Har, Alexa replied, deadpanned, as she turned back to mournfully stare at her clothes. She heard Angie sigh and placed TJ down. Okay, bud, go grab the blankets and pillows and bring them to the living room. I've got to help out your mommy, okay? K. TJ raced from the room as Angie gently turned Lexer around so they were facing each other. Is this a tough love moment or a supportive sister moment? Angie asked. I've gotten into my own head, Lexer groaned. Tough love. Angie put her hands on Lexer's shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. Alexandra Genevieve de Santos, you are a goddamn badass. You've survived more in 24 years than most people survive in their entire lives. Let us be real, no man is good enough for you, because you are just too fucking awesome. So fuck what Nick Giovanni thinks about your clothes or how you do your hair or any of that bullshit. He's lucky to be going out with you, not the other way around. You're a goddamn rock star, babe. So stop freaking out and realize that you are amazing, with or without a man. Lexer stood silently for a minute before letting out a reluctant chuckle. I'm pretty great, aren't I? Hell yes you are, exclaimed Angie. That was an impressive amount of cursing, Lexer commented mildly. What can I say? Angie walked to the door and tossed her hair over her shoulder, winking at Lexer. I have an extensive vocabulary. Lexer laughed as Angie left. As she turned back to her clothes, she smiled. She totally had this. Nick's palms were sweating as he drove to Lexer's house. Never in his life had he been this nervous over a date. Women threw themselves at him, so having to chase one was a new experience. Nick knew that Lexer was worth it, though. Even if he felt like he might throw up. What was that woman doing to him? Nick pulled up to Lexer's house, seeing Angie's car in the driveway. Angie had offered to watch Lacey too, but he had felt that might lead to unnecessary expectations, with both he and Lexer knowing there was an empty house they could go back to. Nick didn't want to put that kind of pressure on Lexer. Especially after seeing his family together with hers, he was determined to do this right. They all fit together so perfectly, he didn't want to do anything that might screw it up. Nick took a deep breath, quickly checking his hair in the rearview mirror, then grabbed the flowers he and Lacey had picked out before getting out of the car. Before he even shut his door, he heard Lexer's front door open and felt a tiny Hulk smash against his lower legs. Nick, you're here. TJ yelled. Nick laughed, kneeling down to give TJ a hug. Hey, buddy. Man, you almost knocked me over, you're so strong. TJ laughed, grabbing Nick's free hand and dragging him towards the house. Simon, Mummy's really excited and scared and Auntie Angie is gonna help me build a fort and we're gonna eat ice cream and it's gonna be so much fun. Nick stopped, forcing TJ to stop as well. Your mom's scared? Nick felt a burning guilt inside him. He started worrying that maybe he had pushed her too hard. Or maybe she just said yes knowing it would make Lacey happy. He even started wondering if maybe Lexer just wasn't ready to date yet and felt horribly guilty he scared her. TJ, however, scrunched up his face as he thought about Nick's question. I don't think she's scared like I get scared of thunderstorms. She's just talking to herself a lot and all her clothes were on her bed and she seemed kinder upset. Okay, that's enough from you, little man. Back inside. Angie suddenly appeared, stopping TJ's stream of consciousness ramblings. Oh. TJ dropped Nick's hand and slowly trudged back to the house as Nick turned to Angie. Lexer's scared? Angie sighed, then glanced back at the house to make sure her sister wasn't listening. She grabbed Nick's arm and led him away from the door, lowering her voice. She's nervous, Angie explained. She's never done this before, Nick. She and Travis were together practically their whole lives. They never dated. They just were Lexer and Travis. A couple. So, yeah, I'm sure she's a little scared of putting herself back out there. She's already had her heart shattered once. Can you blame her for trying to make sure it doesn't happen again? Nick nodded slowly, absorbing everything Angie just said. She gave him a friendly punch on his upper arm. Stop looking so worried, dude. If she didn't want to go out with you, she would have just said so. She's excited. Nervous, excited, happy, scared. Look, She's like all the emotions of Inside Out right now. Just have a good time. She already likes you. You don't need to impress her. Nick's eyes snapped to Angie's. She likes me? What did she say? Angie started walking Nick to the house as she rolled her eyes. Jesus, you two are like middle schoolers with crushes. Oh God, you even brought her flowers. Angie started making gagging noises as Nick smirked. Lacey helped me pick them out. Oh, God, stop. This is too sickly sweet. I can't handle it, and I'm about to eat only sugar with a 3-year-old. Lex, your date is here. Angie called out as they walked inside. Nick took a quick glance around, smiling. He'd been right when he thought Lexer's house would be homey. It was full of colourful, framed pictures on the walls and little decorative touches that made a house a home. You didn't have to tell me he's here. TJ already did. Nick turned, smiling, then went a little slack-jawed at seeing Lexer. She wasn't in anything fancy, just jeans, boots, and a turquoise sweater that seemed to shimmer over a plain, black spaghetti strap top. Her hair was down for once, shining as it fell past her shoulders, and she was wearing a little more makeup than she had yesterday. She looked stunning. Lexer grinned at Nick's expression. Hey, she said. Nick opened and closed his mouth a couple times before clearing his throat. Hi, and Nick stuttered out. Hi, Lexer. Lexer's grin turned a little mischievous. You okay there, Nick? Yeah, totally. Totally fine. Here. Nick awkwardly thrust the flowers toward Lexer, making Angie snort. Lexer glared at her sister and not so subtly pointed to another room in the house. Angie herded TJ out of the room, trying not to laugh at Lexer and Nick as she left. Lexer gently took the flowers from Nick, smiling down at them. These are beautiful, Nick, thank you, as she said. Lacey helped me pick them out. I think she was afraid I'd pick bad ones and then you'd never want to see us again. Lexer laughed. Let me just put these in some. Nope, got it, Angie said, swooping into the kitchen and taking the flowers. I'll put them in water, you two crazy kids go have fun. Angie stopped walking suddenly, piercing Nick with a hard stare. If you do anything to hurt my sister, my phone is full of Army Rangers and Special Forces Marines who would love to pay you a visit. After I'm through with you, of course. Angelique Gabriella. Lexer cried, sounding exasperated. Noted, and Nick said with a nod. Shall we? Please, before she starts showing you all the knife tricks she knows. Lexer walked over to the living room, where the beginnings of a large fort was starting to emerge. TJ, baby, I'm leaving. TJ Army crawled out, before jumping to his feet and hugging his mom. Bye, he said. Have fun on your play date. I will, Lexer said with a smile. I'm not sure what time I'll be back, so Auntie Angie's going to put you to bed, okay? K. Bye, Nick. Bye, buddy. TJ dove back into the fort as Lexer put her black, leather jacket on. It was a surprise to Nick, as he had never pictured sweet Lexer de Santos in a leather jacket. Nice, he commented. What? Lexer asked as she pulled her hair out of the collar of the jacket. Your jacket, I like it. Lexer laughed. It was an impulse buy after Travis. I felt like crap, so I wanted to buy something that made me feel stronger. It was a good choice. You look amazing. Thanks, Lexer said, blushing. Ang, we're leaving. Angie came out of the kitchen carrying a bag of gummy worms, a bag of marshmallows, and some cinnamon sugar graham crackers. Lexer gave her a look. Please feed him real food. Not just sugar. We'll see. Have fun, you too. Angie practically pushed them out the door, making them both chuckle. So, ready for the most amazing date ever? Nick asked. Are you overselling this, or are you actually taking me to Paris on a private plane? Nick sighed, leading Lexer to his truck. All right, fine. Ready for a rather mediocre, yet filled with amazing company, date ever? Yep. Lexer said with a grin. They both laughed as Nick helped Lexer in, then headed for his own door. This is going to be great, Nick thought. You guys like each other, you have fun together. Just stop worrying and focus on having a great time. With that last thought, Nick got in and started the engine. He pulled away from Lexer's house, heading toward their specially planned date. Nick. So, Mr. Giovanni, where are we headed? Nick smiled at Lexer's blatant attempt to find out about their first date. We've got a bit of a drive. That's all I'm telling you. How about I guess and you tell me if I'm right? He asked Lexer. Nick laughed. You really don't like surprises, do you? Most of the surprises in my life have been bad ones, she admitted. So I like knowing things in advance so I can prepare for them. Well, hopefully this is a good surprise. And I was actually hoping we could get to know each other better on the drive there. Are you not a fan of awkward silences? Lexer teased Nick. Is anyone? I'll admit I find them hilarious sometimes. Lexer said, surprising Nick. Especially when it's not on me to fill the silence with mindless chatter. It can be amusing to sit around and watch people get more and more uncomfortable. I would have expected that from Angie, not you. You're slightly sadistic, aren't you? I plead the fifth. Nick laughed again. I actually had something specific I wanted to ask you about, and Nick said. Okay, shoot. Well. He hesitated, then sighed. Okay, look, I know bits and pieces of your life, but, honestly, they don't seem to fit together. I guess I'd like to know about you before you moved here. So we're sharing life stories? Pretty sure you know mine. Born and raised here. Never left. Run the family business and I'm my niece's guardian. You're, leaving out the man-whore parts. Nick looked over at Lexer, shocked, and saw she was trying not to laugh. He rolled his eyes as he focused back on the road. Funny, Dos Santos. Real funny. It's a small town, dude, Lexer said with a shrug. Did you really think I wouldn't hear all the gossip? Especially with Lacey being my student? Nick groaned. Okay, yes, I had an active social life before Lacey. I was never as bad as Robbie, but I definitely gave more headaches. Your mom's the best. She's just so warm and welcoming. I'm pretty sure TJ's in love with her. Well, I don't think my dad will give her up without a fight. Lexer rolled her eyes. All right, she said. What do you want to know? Everything. You're a bit of a mystery right now. I'm just trying to figure you out. Lexer sighed and looked out the window before turning to Nick. It's not all pretty. And most of it involves Travis. It seems a little weird to bring him up on a first date. Lexer. Nick took her hand in his and gave it a small squeeze before putting it back on the steering wheel. Travis and your relationship made you into who you are today. I want to hear about it. About him. Lexer sighed again. Well, I guess I should just start from the top. Have you ever heard of Delofre Holdings? Sure, said Nick. They sell about a zillion high-end products. Clothes, shoes, jewelry, accessories. I know they design all kinds of interior decorating products because we've been asked by clients to put them into their super ritzy, super expensive homes. I think they own a bunch of hotels and restaurants too. They might even make special edition cars and planes. Why? Lexer nervously wiped her hands up and down her jeans. Because my family owns Delofre Holdings. Nick's mouth dropped open. He seemed on the verge of speaking a few times, but every time he'd open his mouth, he would just close it again. Finally, he cleared his throat and asked, I'm sorry? You own a multi-billion-dollar company? I don't, Lexer stressed. My family does. Well, technically. Explain, please. My parents are Archibald and Helena Delofre. My father is the majority shareholder and the president and CEO of the company. My mother, Angie, and I are all minority shareholders, but put the four of us together and we make up 73% of all the shares in the company. So you're rich? Nick asked slowly. And not just, oh, I have enough money to never work rich. You're a billionaire. No one can actually imagine that type of wealth, rich. Again, technically. The shares are only money if we sell them. Otherwise, they're just numbers that represent money, but isn't he actually money? I do know how the stock market works, and Nick said dryly. Right, sorry, Lexer blushed, embarrassed. That was rude of me. It's fine. This is all fine. But I feel like I don't even know you right now. I mean, you teach kindergarten. You have a tiny, adorable house. You don't wear name brand anything in a school surrounded by people who flaunt their wealth. And yet, you're telling me you're a billionaire. It's a little hard to wrap my head around. Lexer buried her face in her hands. I knew I shouldn't have told you. Now everything's weird and different. Nick looked over at Lexer and frowned, then pulled the truck over to the side of the road and stopped it so he could face her. Lexer looked up. What were you doing? Nick took Lexer's hands in his, squeezing them reassuringly. She was still staring at her lap. Lexer, look at me. She shook her head, trying to pull her hands away. Nick just gripped them tighter. Look at me. Please. The please made her glance up, her face crumpled, before glancing away. Maybe you should just take me home, Lexer said. There's a reason Angie and I don't tell people about this. Hell, it's one of the reasons why she changed her name to DeSantos. I got to change mine due to the whole marriage deal. Lexer, I'm not taking you home. Now, will you please look at me? Lexer finally did, a deep sorrow evident in her eyes. I'll admit to being a little surprised, he said. A little? Okay, a lot. But this really doesn't change things. You're still the Lexer I had Thanksgiving with. The Lexer I'm planning the Christmas pageant with. I get why you don't talk about this, but I wanna know things about you. And not just the things you think I can handle, but everything. So you talk and I'll drive. Deal? Lexer chewed on her bottom lip for a long moment before finally nodding. Deal. Nick grinned and leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her knuckles. I'm in this for the long haul, babe, Nick said. So I wanna know. Lexer smiled, squeezing his hands, before letting them go and pointing at the road. You drive, I torque, that's the deal. Nick grinned, pulling back onto the road. I want to get into the whole company politics, because it's wicked complicated, but if you're a direct or second-generation descendant of the majority shareholder, you automatically get stock in the company. So when TJ turns 18, he gets stocks, but his children won T, because I can't imagine anything worse than running DeLoffrey. Is Angie interested? She is, actually, Alexa said, pride evident in her voice. She's smart and understands business in a way I never will. Plus, I could never be cutthroat enough to run the company. Angie can. She's already reaching out to other shareholders, getting them on her side, so once she has her MBA, she can throw a coup. My parents are pretty hated at the company, so she's found it really easy to get support. Angie DeSantos, evil mastermind extraordinaire. You have no idea, Alexa laughed. Anyway, both Angie and I have trust funds that our parents can't touch, thank God, but we'll only get complete access to them once we turn 25. Otherwise, they're only to be used for education. So will you stop teaching after this year? I know you turn 25 sometime next year. My birthday's in March. And no, I have no plans to stop teaching. I'm basically viewing the money as an emergency fund. And as a way to take care of TJ. And Tommy, once he gets his head out of his ass and realizes I am fully capable of helping him once he leaves the Marines. But he is planning on a military career, so we'll see if that actually happens. Tommy is Travis' brother, right? Nick asked. Yeah. He is awesome. He has been my big brother since I was 6 years old. He is as much my family as Angie and TJ. Okay, see, this is one of the things I don't get about you. Both you and Angie have said that you and Travis were together practically your entire lives. How is that possible? Lexer grinned. When I was little, my parents would travel around the world to different properties, deciding if they were worth investing in. When I was 6, we were in Kentucky where my father was assessing some land for potential development. Anyway, my mom was lazy and decided to send me to poor people's school. Lexer used sarcastic air quotes, making Nick chuckle. So, my first day there, I was sitting in the corner, playing by myself, when this little boy comes up and tries to take away the toy I was playing with. He says to me, "That's the Batmobile. You're a girl, you can't play with it." So I'm this close to crying when another little boy walks up, grabs the Batmobile and hands it back to me. Then he said, "Girls can play with whatever they want. She's allowed to like Batman too." Lexer chuckled a little, lost in the memory. The first little boy walked away and the second sat down and asked me, "So you like Batman?" I just nodded and he grinned and said, "Good. Course my wife should like Batman. He is cool." That was Travis? He asked Nick. That was Travis. We were inseparable after that. His parents started babysitting Angie and me, which pleased my mother to no end, because she hated having us underfoot. The DeSantos started taking us for nights and weekends so my parents could fly back to Manhattan and not miss out on their oh-so-important social engagements. Your parents just left you with strangers? My parents sucked at the actual parenting part of being parents. They loved to parade Angie and me around as little kids, so everyone could exclaim over how adorable we were and my parents could brag about our accomplishments as if they had anything to do with them. They never liked actually spending time with us. We were raised by nannies until Helen and Jacob became a part of our lives. So you guys just stayed in Kentucky? For almost a year, Alexa nodded. When I was getting ready to start first grade, my mother wanted to send me to a boarding school in Switzerland, but my father somehow convinced her to send me to the one he attended in New Hampshire. However, my mother also realized how attached Angie and I were to the DeSantos and how attached they were to us. So they struck a deal with the DeSantos. They would pay for Travis and Tommy to attend the same boarding school. They'd cover tuition, room and board, and any other school fees, if Helen and Jacob agreed to take Angie and me for all holidays and vacations. Wait. Your parents basically sold you and Angie to another family? Yep, Alexa said, popping the pea. Like I said, my parents sucked at being parents. I would have to agree. Nick sounded pissed, making Lexer smile ruefully. Honestly, it was probably the best thing they ever did for us. They stopped dragging Angie and me around the world. We got a quality, if at times stuck up, education, and we had a family that loved us and gave us much needed stability. So your parents inadvertently gave you guys a real family? Ironic, right? Ishi laughed. They thought they were being so clever, passing us off to the DeSantos, when they were really giving us this amazing gift. I still think your parents suck, but I'm glad they gave you a real family, even if it was unintentional. I'm really glad you and Angie got a family that loved you. Lexer smiled at Nick, who gave her a reassuring smile back, giving her hand a quick squeeze. Tell me more, he asked. Lexer nodded as the truck drove down the road, bring Nick and Lexer closer to their date. Nick. Well, there's no big developments in my life until I turned 17, Alexa continued as they drove to their date. Tommy had graduated by that point and joined the Marines, which was stressful, but we were all proud of him. Travis already knew he was going into the army after we graduated. Are they from a military family? Lexer chucked. Yes, on both sides. Their father was a ranger, like Travis. And both their grandfathers were Marines, although not special forces, like Tommy. Their grandfathers actually served together in Vietnam, and they're still best friends. That's actually how Travis' parents met. They grew up together and actually got married right out of high school. Like father, like son, right? Nick grinned as Lexer laughed. That's actually very true. Jacob, Travis' father, loved to tell the story that as soon as he laid eyes on Helen, that was it, he knew she was the one. Granted, they were 2 years old, so there's no way he remembers that. Still a sweet story, said Nick. Yeah. They were head over heels for each other. I remember when Angie and I were little, we were legitimately confused that they actually liked each other, because our parents never acted that way. Damn, Lexer, that's sad. Lexer just shrugged. Thanks to the DeSantos, we actually saw what a healthy, loving relationship looked like. It also really highlighted how screwed up our own parents' relationship was. They tolerated each other, but their marriage was a business merger. What business did your mom bring? Grimaldi Diamonds, Lexer said. Her family is very distantly related to the royal family of Monaco. It's why Angie and I have weird, French names as either our first or middle name. Royals now, here? So you're billionaire royalty? Distantly related, for God's sake, cried Lexer. Very, very distant. It's not like we're anywhere close to the throne in the line of succession. I'm talking, like, over 100 people would have to die before even a slight possibility of us becoming royalty. And because that'll never happen, just forget I even mentioned it. But of course, Your Royal Highness. Lexer stuck her tongue out at Nick, who laughed. Technically, Since it's the Monegasque royal family, I'd be a serene highness, not a royal one. Their SA difference? Lexer fake gasped. Of course their SA difference. And if I was my mother, I'd explain every nuance to you. Luckily, I'm sane, so I won't bore you with monarchical politics. You're so very kind. I know, Alexer said sweetly. Har, okay, enough stalling. So you said something big happened when you were 17? Yes. I got married. Nick paused and stared at Lexer, looking dumbfounded. You got married? Yes, Lexer said. At 17? Yes. Is that even legal? Actually yes, laughed Lexer. In Kentucky, the legal age for marriage is 16. You need parental permission if you get married younger than that. Are there a bunch of 15-year-olds in Kentucky desperate to get married? Asked Nick, slightly appalled. Not that I'm aware of. And there was a reason we decided to get married at 17 and not wait until after graduation. Okay. Which was? Travis and I talked a lot about the future. I mean, obviously we never even considered marrying anyone else. But we also knew as soon as he graduated, he'd be off to boot camp. We wanted 1 year where we could just enjoy being husband and wife before the real world started to intrude. I can't imagine your parents were happy about this, what with their obsession with optics. Oh, they were furious, Alexer nodded. They demanded we get an annulment, which we refused. Then they threatened to pull Travis' tuition money if we stayed married, so we wouldn't even be going to school in the same state, since he'd have to move back to Kentucky. So what happened? Lexer grinned. My grandmother happened. She passed away only a few months before Travis, which really made that a banner year for deaths in the family, with my grandmother, husband, and in-laws all dying within months of each other. I'm so sorry, Lexer. Nick placed a comforting hand on Lexer's leg and squeezed comfortingly. At least with her, she'd lived a full life. It was her time, no matter how desperately Angie and I still wanted her around. Lexer paused, swallowing hard as she obviously tried to gather her thoughts. Anyway, grandmother was my father's mother and he was absolutely terrified of her. She ruled over the company and the family with an iron fist, but God help you if you try to cross someone she loved. She despised my mother, hated that she constantly dropped the Grimaldi name into conversations. She also found my parents' total lack of parenting disgraceful. Grandmother raised my father, while helping at Delofrey and her many charities. So why was your father scared of her? Because she demanded respect, something he never did, Alexer said simply. She was formidable, while my father was weak. And she had the final say in all things Delofrey, despite my father being president. The board looked to her more than they ever looked to him. I'm surprised your dad wasn't resentful. Oh, he was. So was my mother. But I think growing up with someone like that raising you, you either become extraordinary or you become a doormat. My father became a doormat. No offense, but he sounds like a terrible person to run a multi-billion-dollar company, said Nick. You're right. He's not a good fit for it. And when he married my mother, he had another strong woman bossing him around. Unlike my grandmother, though, my mother would constantly berate my father and try to convince him to get my grandmother kicked off the board, out of the company, and out of their lives. Didn't he work? Not at all, said Lexer with a laugh. My grandmother tolerated my mother's antics, but she never liked her and she never hid that fact. Lexer shook her head. Anyway, grandmother had spent a lot of time with the DeSantos, wanting to know who was raising her granddaughters. And other than Angie, she was the only member of my family at my wedding. She thought the entire family was wonderful, and while she thought we were too young to get married, once we explained our reasons, she supported us. So when my parents found out about the marriage and started threatening Travis and me, my grandmother called them and said they had made a legally binding verbal agreement with the DeSantos and they were going to honor it. Damn! Nick exclaimed, impressed. You're right, she was both scary and loving. Oh, she was a mess of contradictions, but then, most people are. My parents very unhappily paid for Travis last year of school, and we got a small apartment off campus. No one had ever attended our boarding school while married, so they had to make up rules as we went along. After graduation, Trav left for basic training, and I stayed in New England for college to be close to both Angie and his base. Where did you go to school? Harvard. Nick's mouth dropped open in shock. You went to Harvard? Oh, here, she hummed her assent. It was interesting. I knew people judged me for being married and the whole place is kind of elitist, but all in all, it was a good experience. Luckily, I had my trust fund to pay for it, since there was no way my parents were going to help. Actually, my grandmother helped with that too. She made sure she was the only one with access to the funds, because she was afraid my mother would drain them. Sadly, she was probably right. Your mother sounds terrible. Lexer snorted. Trust me, she is. I remember during Travis' first deployment, she reached out and told me she would find me a proper husband befitting my station if he died. Okay, I lied. Your mother is a straight-up bitch, and Nick said. Lexer laughed. Yeah, I nearly slapped her for that remark. How many tours did he serve? He was on his third when he died. We just found out we were pregnant right before he left. TJ wasn't planned, but we were so excited. That's when things reached a breaking point with my parents. Oh, God, what did they do? He asked Nick. My grandmother had just died and my mother was feeling all queen of the castle or whatever. Our relationship had been strained since the wedding, but when she found out I was pregnant, they demanded I get rid of the baby or they would never speak to Angie or me again. Obviously, you know how that turned out. Wait, you're telling me your parents didn't reach out after Travis or his parents died? Not even a card or some flowers at the funerals, Alexer said rather bitterly. I kinda hate your parents. That's cool, because I kind of hate them too. Anyway, I took a year off between my junior and senior year of college to stay home with TJ, and Angie took a break too. Then we all moved out here when I got the job at St. Thomas. The end. Nick laughed, pulling the truck into an empty parking lot. I have a feeling there's a lot more to your story than that, he commented. Yeah, but those are the highlights. Why are we in a parking lot? Nick grinned as he opened his door. Simon and I'll show you. Lexer hopped out of the truck as Nick grabbed some stuff from the back. Where even are we? He asked Lexer. This is the Huntington Planetarium. A planetarium? Well, I wanted to do a picnic under the stars, but it's way too cold out, so this is my way of replicating it. Oh, Nick, this is perfect. Yeah. Nick sounded uncharacteristically unsure, which made Lexer smile and kiss his cheek. Yeah. How do you even have access to this place? A friend from high school is in charge of all the shows, so when I asked, he said yes. Good friend. And Nick shrugged. Lexer laughed, gently shoving Nick, who chuckled. He unlocked the doors, opening them, and grandly gestured inside. Are you ready for our date, Your Serene Highness? I am if you stop calling me that. We'll see. They both were laughing as they entered the planetarium for their date. Nick led Lexer into the quiet building, the picnic basket in one hand and holding onto Lexer with the other. They passed silently through the planetarium's mezzanine into the auditorium. The only lights came from the emergency exit signs and the lights on the floor to show the aisles. I have to say, this is a little spooky, Lexer said lightly. Nick laughed. I promise, it'll be much more interesting once I've turned the stars on. Turned the stars on. That sounds so ridiculous if you think about it literally. Well, I technically only have to turn them on in here, and Nick grinned, squeezing her hand. If we were outside, then yes, it would be ridiculous. Well, go on then, Maestro, Alexa laughed, shaking her head. Impress me with your ability to create the stars. Nick chuckled, setting down the picnic basket and letting go of Lexer's hand. All right, my friend said there's a remote that controls everything. Nick walked back up the aisle to the technical booth. It should be around here or Find it. Nick trotted back down the floor where Lexer was standing. Okay, let's see. I think. Nick squinted down at the remote, trying to see the buttons. Okay, this should do it. The planetarium ceiling was suddenly covered with stars. See? He said. Simple. Lexer opened her mouth when a recorded, booming voice rang out. Is space. The infinite cosmos. Jesus. Nick cried out. Lexer burst out laughing as the voiceover continued. Simple, she said. Oh, shut it. I've got this. Nick started pressing random buttons. The stars changed to galaxies, then swirls of light, then back to stars, while the voiceover continued droning on. Finally, Nick managed to stop the voiceover and the ceiling was filled with constellations again. Very impressive. Lexer said, still laughing. Nick chuckled wryly. Okay, not my best moment, but to be fair, I've never done this before. Well, I'm honored to be the first. They both were laughing as Nick spread out a blanket and they settled on the floor. So, why the planetarium? Well. Nick paused, trying to figure out how to explain. As Lexer waited, Nick pulled out sandwiches, containers of fruit and cheese, and a bottle of wine from a picnic basket. I guess, after the time we've spent together, you don't seem like the type of person who'd want to go to a fancy restaurant or anything extravagant. You'd want something thoughtful and from the heart. For me, a picnic under the stars is more romantic than any restaurant. Hell, it even beats dinner and a movie, which is a classic. Lexer looked down, smiling, a blush covering her cheeks. Well, this is perfect. And you're right, something simple and heartfelt is 1,000 times better than any flashy date. But just for the record, diner food and a movie is always a classic. Well, I'll remember that for next time. Next time, here? Lexer asked with a smile. You're pretty confident. Nick grinned as he poured Lexer a glass of wine, handing it to her. I'm pretty confident in everything except you. You are a wonderful challenge. A challenge? She repeated. I just mean, you make me want to try. To do things that matter. You challenge me to be better, not just at dating, but at life. Nick, thank you. That is an incredibly sweet thing to say. I know. Lexer laughed, playfully shoving Nick as he grinned. How about a toast? Nick lifted his wine glass and Lexer did the same. What we toasting to? How about new beginnings? Nick suggested. Lexer smiled. To new beginnings and taking chances. Nick smiled and clinked his glass against hers. That's the perfect toast. Nick started parsing Lexer the food, just spending the next few hours talking and laughing, getting to know one another better. Once the food was gone and the wine was finished, they laid out side by side on the blanket, staring up at the stars. I've always loved the stars, Lexer said quietly, even though they were alone. When we lived in Manhattan, we couldn't see them, so it's still pretty magical, getting to see all of them, even though I live in a small town now. My ma loves them. When we were little, she tried to teach us the constellations, but we were always too busy running around and playing to pay her any attention. I love the stories behind the constellations, said Lexer. And that so many different cultures were making up their own legends, not knowing that other people around the planet were doing the exact same thing. Nick turned his head to look at Lexer, who was staring up at the stars on the ceiling. What's your favorite story? He asked softly. Ooh, that's a tough one. Lexer glanced around at the stars above them. Probably Altair and Vega. I've never heard of those constellations. Lexer laughed. Probably because they're not constellations, they're two stars. Altair is in the constellation Aquilar and Vega is in Lyra. And where are those constellations? Nick asked. Lexer scooted closer to Nick, laying her head beside his. She lifted her arm up and pointed to two separate constellations. That one's Lyra. And the one next to it, past the stream of the Milky Way, is Aquilar. So what's the story? Both of their voices had become hushed, as if they were sharing secrets they didn't want anyone else to overhear. Well, there are many different versions, but I'll tell you my favorite. Altair was a mortal, a farmer, and Vega was an immortal living in the heavens. But she would look down on Earth, wanting desperately to experience all the human emotions, especially love. One night, she heard this beautiful song and decided to disobey her mother, the Lady of the Sky, and travel down to Earth to investigate. Oh, and Nick interrupted. This already has tragedy written all over it. Hush. So anyway, Vega left the heavens, followed the song, and found Altair singing under a tree. He was shocked by this appearance of the beautiful woman, immediately falling in love with her innate goodness and sweetness. And Vega fell in love with Altair too, leaving the heavens every night to listen to his music and hear him sing. Unfortunately. See, here comes tragedy, and Nick interrupted again. Lexer nudged him in the ribs with her elbow. As I was saying, unfortunately her mother had grown suspicious and sent another star to spy on Vega. When Vega's mother found out her daughter had fallen in love with a mortal, she was furious and pulled her back into the heavens. But Altair refused to let Vega go. The Lady of the Sky ended up throwing Altair into another constellation and tried to permanently separate them by creating the Milky Way, a stream impossible to cross. This is so sad. Well, there's a little happy ending, Lexer said. Altair and Vega were so sad, so miserable to be parted, that all the magpies heard their cries. So once a year, the magpies fly up to heaven and create a bridge that Altair and Vega can use to pass over the Milky Way, letting them have one night together. So they only get one night a year they can spend together? Nick asked with a frown. Yes. But their love was so strong, it defied every odd. An immortal falling in love with a mortal, summoning the magpies to create a bridge. Altair and Vega's love defied the Lady of the Sky herself. And it might be only one night a year, but they have an eternity in the heavens together. They know their other half is out there, waiting for them, loving them, and that they'll always find their way back to each other. Nick was quiet for so long. Lexer turned to look at him. What's wrong? She asked. Why is that your favorite? Out of all the stories that are out there, why is that one your favorite? I guess because it tells you that no matter the obstacles, love will win out. I think I was 10 or 11 the first time I heard that story, and it made me cry, knowing that their love was so strong, not even the heavens could separate them. Nick turned his head so he was staring into Lexer's eyes. Is that what you believe? Nick asked. What do you mean? That nothing can truly separate two people in love? That no matter what, they'll find their way back to each other? Lexer finally understood what was bothering Nick. Nick, I don't believe that love is strong enough to keep two people together when one of them is dead. But I do think that if you loved someone, truly loved them, you'll keep a piece of that person with you forever. And that's a good thing. Is it? Lexer turned on her side so she could see Nick clearly, Nick turning and mirroring her pose. Yeah, said Lexer. Wouldn't it be worse if we just forgot about the people we loved? If we didn't try to remember them or remember how they made us feel? Nick nodded slowly. You're right. It'd be wrong not to remember them. And I'm sorry. I definitely made that into a much bigger deal than it was. Lexer smiled, reaching up and cupping Nick's cheek in her hand. We all have ghosts, Nick. The important thing is to not let them rule our lives. Moving on is healthy. Whether it's losing a brother, a husband, anybody. We carry them with us, but we don't let them bring us down. We have to keep living. Nick stared into Lexer's eyes, lifting his hand to cover hers that was still on his cheek. I have never met anyone like you, and Nick whispered. You see things differently and it's beautiful. You're beautiful. Lexer inhaled sharply, then leaned forward. She tentatively placed her lips on Nick's, not kissing him, just leaving them there. After a moment, Nick moved, gently shaping his lips around hers. They kissed slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. When they finally separated, they kept their faces close together, so close their breathing intermingled. Was that okay? Nick asked. Lexer couldn't help but smile at the uncertainty in Nick's voice. Yeah, it was perfect, Lexer answered. Nick grinned, pulling Lexer closer to him, cuddling together as they watched the ceiling full of stars. Lexer. The ride home was mostly silent, both of them stuck in their own thoughts. I kissed someone, Lexer thought, panicking. I've never kissed anyone except Travis. And he's not only my student's guardian, I kissed the former man-whore of a 100-mile radius. What was I thinking? She kissed me. Nick thought, elated. But I can practically hear her brain regretting it. Was it a mistake? No, this is okay. I like Nick. A lot. And his family is amazing. He is great with Lacey. And TJ. And this entire date was so thoughtful. He clearly wanted to make it amazing. I can't have been a mistake. I've never felt like this before. Lexer makes me want to be better, and that can never be wrong. But I bet she is having a hard time with all of this. The only guy that has ever been in her life, she married, then he died. She has to be struggling. So, and Nick coughed, feeling awkward. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? Lexer's quick, high-pitched response gave away how nervous she was, and she grimaced. Lexer, look, if this is going to work, we have to tell each other the truth. Don't hide things from me because you think they might hurt my feelings. We'll work through them together. I mean, that is what couples do, right? Lexer stared at Nick, her eyes wide. Are we a couple? She asked. Nick turned to look at Lexer, not hiding the raw emotion on his face. I'd like us to be. Would you? There was a pause as Lexer chewed on her lower lip nervously. Yeah, she finally answered, Nick letting out a relieved breath. Yeah, I'd like us to be. I mean, we're both bringing major baggage into this, but that doesn't change the fact that I care about you. A lot. You. Lacey. Hell, even the rest of your family. You've all become really important to me. So, yeah, let us give this a shot. When Lexer rubbed her sweaty hands up and down her thighs nervously, Nick chuckled. She glanced over at him, pissed, but he was grinning as he stared out the windshield. Yeah. Okay, so great. We're a couple. Well, I guess it's more you and me and Lacey and TJ. We're all a couple. Or we're all a group figuring out how to date while we're single parents. That sounds perfect. Lexer paused. However, in the interest of full disclosure, I feel like there's something you should know. What is that? Ever since I moved here, Jefferson has been trying to poach me from St. Thomas. At first, it was a complete non-starter. I liked my class and I love my students. But the longer I've been at St. Thomas, the more obvious it is that they don't need me. Not like Jefferson does. And, frankly, it'd be nice to get away from the catty, single moms. Plus, if I worked at Jefferson, I wouldn't feel like I have to hide TJ. Wait, you've been purposely hiding TJ since you moved out here? Nick asked, surprised. Not purposely. I've just never seen any reason to tell St. Thomas about him. And I'm very uncomfortable that their stupid behavior clause makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong, raising TJ alone, when his dad SD. Lexer abruptly cut herself off. She cleared her throat, blinking a few times, before starting again, but you could hear the hoarseness in her voice, the tears in her eyes. Even though his dad's gone. At Jefferson, I wouldn't feel like that, forced to hide my own child. I just wanted to give you a heads up. If I take the job, I'll be leaving after Christmas break, so I wouldn't be finishing out the school year at St. Thomas. You're gonna break Lacey's heart. He was teasing, but Lexer groaned. Oh, I know. And I really wish I could finish the year, but my mind's basically made up to go to Jefferson. Plus, that's where I want TJ, not St. Thomas. Why, St. Thomas is an amazing school? You're right, it is. But I grew up going to a school exactly like St. Thomas, full of rich kids, and I think it really warped my view of the world when I was younger. I don't want that for TJ. Nick frowned, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Do you think it's a good place for Lacey? He eventually asked. Lexer's mouth twisted. I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask. What were you talking about? You love Lacey and you're literally her teacher? Who else better could I ask? Exactly, I love Lacey, I'm completely biased. If Theo and Summer wanted her at St. Thomas, I think it's important to respect their wishes. However, if they were just seeing if the school was a good fit for Lacey, I'd keep looking around. But, Nick, talk to your family about this. Talk to your parents, your brothers. Hell, talk to Lacey. Everyone's going to have opinions. Just remember that the final say is yours. Jesus, I'm the final say, aren't I? Nick muttered. There's still a part of me that feels like it's not even real. Like Theo and Summer will walk back in and be Lacey's parents again. The first year after Travis every knock on the door, I thought it was him. that the military had made a mistake and he was back. I couldn't grasp in my head that he was gone. I couldn't grasp that I would never see him again. Nick reached over, giving Lexer's hand a comforting squeeze before returning into the wheel. Does grief ever get easier? Nick asked. Lexer let out a sad chuckle. I'll let you know if I ever find out. Nick. As Nick pulled into Lexer's driveway, he ran his hands through his hair, nervous. So, I've never really dated a lot, so I'm not sure of the protocol. Is there some sort of after-date ritual? Lexer Larfak. Well, normally, Casanova, you'd escort your date to the front door. But then you have a decision to make. Nick grinned. And that would be? Well, Lexer smirked. Depending on how the date went, you could settle for a hearty handshake. Nick shook his head, smiling. Then there's the hug. Him maybe, and Nick said thoughtfully. A kiss on the cheek? Oh, now we're getting warmer. And then there's the straight-up kiss. Ding, ding, ding. Nick cried. We have a winner. Both Nick and Lexer were laughing as they got out of the truck. Nick rushed around to the passenger's side to help Lexer down, wrapping his hands around her waist. Her body slid down his, both of them staring at each other for a few timeless seconds. Then Nick shook his head and Lexer laughed, causing Nick to lose his grip on her waist, but he quickly grabbed her hand. They walked up the small path to the front door holding hands. So this is me, Lexer said. Yeah, definitely you. They stared at each other for a few moments, just smiling. Then Nick lifted his hand, cupping Lexer's cheek. This was, by far, the best date I've ever been on. Really? She blushed. It's just, I know you have a bit of a reputation. I always figured your other dates were just more. Nick shook his head, smiling, as he took a step forward towards Lexer. This date, with you, talking, laughing, staring at our own stars, this was perfect. Yeah, Lexer smiled sweetly. Yeah, it kind of was. Thank you for tonight, Nick. I've been dreading giving dating a try and you made it so wonderful, just so easy and amazing. Lexer leaned forward, kissing Nick gently. He moved his hand, tightening it in her hair, causing her to both moan and move closer. They finally broke apart, breathing hard, as Nick rested his forehead on Lexer's. So we'll do this again? Lexer asked. Absolutely. I mean, since we are a couple and all. Right, laughed Lexer. Does that mean I get to call you my boyfriend in front of the mean girls and doodle your name with hearts around it in all my notebooks? Nick threw back his head, laughing. Only if I get to call you my girlfriend and brag that I have the smartest, kindest, hottest girlfriend in the whole school. Nick and Lexer grinned at each other before Nick took a reluctant step back. Okay, I'm going to go before I beg you to let me in. I'll see you for pageant rehearsal on Monday. I will be there. Boyfriend. Nick laughed as he started walking to his car. I'll see you soon. Girlfriend. Lexer grinned, unlocking her front door. She waited until Nick's truck left the driveway, waving goodbye, before closing and locking the door behind her. She sagged against it, her hands slowly coming up to touch her lips. Oh, man, Lexer thought. I might be in serious trouble. Lexer shook her head, still grinning as she walked into the house. Lexer. Early Monday morning, Lexer was in the St. Thomas Auditorium, setting out decorations for the pageant. She and Nick had almost everything they needed, but they still had to make and paint a sleigh. As Lexer was humming a Here Comes Santa Claus to herself, the click of high heels on the auditorium aisle alerted her to someone else's presence. She turned to see Sarah Williams, a bottle blonde in her 50s with an unfortunate Karen haircut and tight suit, highlighting the purchased attributes on her chest. She was the head of hiring at St. Thomas and also enforced their code of conduct. "Mrs. Williams," a Lexer said. "This is a surprise. How are you?" Mrs. Williams stopped at the foot of the stage, frowning slightly. "I'm a bit out of sorts, if I'm being honest. Do you have some time to meet with me and Principal McMurray?" Lexer frowned. There was no reason the head of hiring and the principal would need to meet with her unless there was a serious problem with her job performance. "I suppose. Now?" "I'm afraid so," Mrs. Williams said. "This really can't wait." Lexer wished more than ever that her school had a teachers' union as she followed Mrs. Williams back up the auditorium aisle. She had quickly turned on her heel and left, not even bothering to see if Lexer was following her. Lexer rolled her eyes and hopped off the stage, racing to catch up to the older woman. They didn't speak as they entered Aaron McMurray's office, the door closing loudly behind them. "Principal McMurray," Lexer said uncomfortably. She nodded at the older, balding man who filled his office with a large desk and chair to hide the fact almost everyone towered over him. As Lexer took a seat in front of the desk, Mrs. Williams stepped behind it to stand next to Principal McMurray. They both were looking at Lexer, identical frowns on their face. "Ms. DeSantos," a Principal McMurray greeted her. "Some rather troubling accusations have been brought to us about your behavior outside the classroom. As I'm sure you're aware, St. Thomas' behavior clause is quite strict on such matters," Mrs. Williams added. They both paused, looking at Lexer as if expecting her to answer. "I honestly have no idea what you're talking about," Lexer said. Principal McMurray sighed and slid a photograph across his desk to Lexer. She picked it up, still confused. It was a picture of her, Nick, and TJ the day they went shopping for lumber. Nick had his arm around Lexer's shoulders and they were grinning at each other. "I'm afraid I still don't understand. This is when Nick Giovanni and I went shopping for supplies for the pageant. How is this troubling?" Mrs. Williams let out an over-exaggerated sigh. "We've received a number of calls that you and Nick Giovanni are romantically involved," she said. "As he is the guardian of one of your students, this is completely unacceptable. We weren't going to speak to you about it, as there was no proof, until we received this photograph from a concerned parent." Lexer rolled her eyes and sat back in her chair. "Let me guess, the concerned parent was Arlene Davidson?" Mrs. Williams and Principal McMurray exchanged a quick glance, confirming Lexer's theory. "If you're asking whether Nick Giovanni and I were dating when this photograph was taken, the answer is no. If you're asking whether we're involved now, the answer is yes. But frankly, I can't see how it's any of your business because it doesn't violate the code of conduct." "You must be joking," Mrs. Williams exclaimed. "Getting involved with a student's parent or guardian is a clear violation of our rules, even if they aren't written out in the code of conduct. Everyone will say you're giving that child preferential treatment." "I'm a kindergarten teacher," Lexer reminded them. "I'm pretty sure it's impossible to give someone preferential treatment at that age. This isn't a joking matter," Principal McMurray said. "And I'm not joking. Believe me, I thought long and hard about dating Nick. But I came to the same conclusion everyone else did who I spoke to when asking for advice. It is simply impossible to give someone preferential treatment at that age. While it might be unusual for me to be dating Lacey Giovanni's uncle, it's not as if I can pretend she's learning to read or write in my kindergarten class. She'll have to prove she's learned those things without me. I'm simply the person teaching her how to do it." That is beside the point. Mrs. Williams blustered. I think it's exactly the point. If the argument is that a teacher would give out preferential treatment to a student if they were dating said student's parent or guardian, I'm simply not in the position to give out that kind of treatment. I can't give Lacey better grades if she isn't learning how to read or correctly learning her numbers. There's no way for me to help her except by teaching her. It's the principle of the thing, Mr. Santos, said Principal McMurray. We simply can't allow our teachers to become involved with the parents of their students. You will end this thing with Nick Giovanni. And if I don't? If you don't, you will be fired and refused any recommendations for future employment, and Mrs. Williams replied rather smugly, as if Lexer was neatly trapped. Lexer just shook her head, utterly annoyed at St. Thomas' ridiculous bureaucracy and Arlene Davidson's underhanded tactics. Then allow me to save you the trouble. Excuse me, said Principal McMurray. Lexer stood, facing down both the principal and Mrs. Williams. Consider this my notice, Lexer said. I want to be returning after winter break. I'll finish out the semester and my work on the Christmas pageant, then I will no longer be an employee of St. Thomas. You can't just leave like that. It's unprofessional, cried Mrs. Williams. I'm pretty sure you've already said I'm unprofessional for having a relationship with Nick Giovanni. So I'm leaving instead of waiting for you to fire me. Unless you'd rather I leave now and not finish out the semester and pageant? Let us all just calm down, Principal McMurray said. Mr. Santos, I feel like we've gone about this the wrong way. If she wants to leave, we should let her. We can't have someone like her at this school anyway, Mrs. Williams scoffed. I beg your pardon? Someone like me? Yes, someone like you. Someone who clearly doesn't care about her behavior or the example she is setting. Mrs. Williams angrily tapped her fake nail on TJ's face in the picture, still sitting on Principal McMurray's desk. I'm assuming this boy is your son? And we all know you're not married. We can't have that sort of behavior from our teachers, having children out of wedlock, then proudly parading them around. And now you're in an inappropriate relationship that will reflect badly on the school. It's completely unacceptable. Is unacceptable the only word you know to describe a situation you don't like? Because it's getting annoyingly repetitive. Why, you little, gasped Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Williams. Principal McMurray said forcefully. This is getting us nowhere. Mr. Santos, who is this little boy? Lexer gritted her teeth. Frankly, that's none of your business. Yes, I signed a behavior clause when I started working here, and not once have I broken it. There is nothing in there about having a relationship with a parent, and there's nothing in there about my life before I came to work here. If you were that concerned about me, perhaps you should have done a more thorough background check than the ones typically required of teachers. You had impeccable references and graduated from one of the top schools in the country, and Mrs. Williams said angrily. There never should have been a reason to look deeper into your background. This is ridiculous. Do you want me to leave now or when the semester is over? Now, let us not be hasty, Principal McMurray said placatingly. Mr. Santos, I don't see why you have to leave at all, if you'll just end your relationship with Nick Giovanni until his ward is no longer in your class. As for the boy, just keep him away from the school and don't talk to people about him. No one needs to know one of our teachers has a bastard at home. Lexer took an involuntary step away from Principal McMurray, feeling like she had just been slapped. What did you just say? You heard him. Mrs. Williams smiled at Lexer smugly. Your little bastard isn't he welcome at this school? Lexer stared at them, shocked and horrified by their backwards, insulting way of thinking. You know what? Lexer said abruptly. I quit. Now. Figure out the rest of the semester and the pageant for yourselves. Lexer turned to walk out, then whipped back around. And maybe you should stop listening to Arlene Davidson and her minions. Lexer played the recording of Arlene threatening her, insulting her, and calling her a bitch, and warning her away from Nick Giovanni. Mrs. Williams paled slightly as she listened to it. She clearly wanted me gone so she could have Nick to herself, and you both fell quite neatly into her trap. Next time, maybe don't be so gullible when someone brings you this kind of information. And it might be a good idea to remember that most of the children who go here are raised by divorced, single parents. And your backwards way of thinking will only hurt the children. As educators, isn't it our job to put the kids first and make sure they have the best education possible? Lexer looked between them, then smirked. And if you don't want that tape finding its way onto the local news, you'll both apologize for what you called my son. Mrs. Williams looked outraged, while Principal McMurray just looked resigned. I'm sorry, Ms. DeSantos. That was an inappropriate way to refer to your child, he said. Aaron. Just apologize, Sarah. I'm not having this school's reputation dragged through the mud over your pride. She glared at Lexer, but bit out a quick sorry. Lexer strode out of Principal McMurray's office, stopping by her classroom to grab her purse and coat. Lexer looked around the room sadly. She knew she would miss her students, if not the school, and she wished she had been able to finish out the semester to say goodbye to them properly. But she refused to continue working in an environment that would insult her son's very existence, even if they were wrong about her relationship status when he was born. Lexer walked out of St. Thomas and called Thomas Jefferson's hiring head on the way to her car. At least there, she would be wanted, needed, and not forced to hide her little boy. Nick. Nick was out of breath as he helped hold the I-beam in place for the welders. He wasn't sure when he'd gotten so out of shape, but he was a little pissed about it. He used to be able to run all over their sites, helping out wherever he was needed, and now he was tired from holding a beam. He needed to start getting out of the office more. He knew that Robbie wanted to start focusing more heavily on the corporate side of the business, and Nick was sorely tempted to let him. He didn't belong behind a desk. As the welders finished, Nick stepped back, lifting his hard hat to wipe the sweat off his forehead. A couple of his work crew started teasing him. What's wrong, boss? Getting too old for this shit? E1 said. Hey, we've almost finished up with that nursing home down on Maple. Wanna go ahead and book a room now before they fill up? He asked another. The guys laughed as Nick flipped them off, still trying to catch his breath. Fuck off, the both of you. Don't you have work to do? The guys kept laughing as Nick grinned, turning back to the office to make sure he had signed off on some permits. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. He glanced down, not intending to answer it, until he saw it was St. Thomas. A chill raced down his back as he ran to the freight elevator, praying Lacey was okay. Hello, he practically shouted, trying to be heard over the sounds of construction around him. Mr. Giovanni? Can you hear me? A young woman's voice said. Nick raced toward the office, yelling into the phone. Hang on just a sec. Just one moment. I'm almost at the office. Nick skidded into the office, slamming the door behind him. Robbie, who was sitting at the desk poring over spreadsheets on the computer, jumped. Jesus, Nick, what the? Nick waved at him to be quiet as he spoke into the phone. I'm so sorry, I was out on the site, and Nick said. Is Lacey okay? Robbie immediately stood, crowding close to Nick to listen into the conversation. She's rather upset, the woman said. I think it might be a good idea to take her home for the day. I don't understand. Upset about what? You know what. Just get Lexer. Lacey loves Lexer. She'll be able to help. There was a long pause, then a sigh. That's just the thing, Mr. Giovanni. Lexer quit this morning. What? Nick cried out, shocked. I know, it came out of nowhere. I was called this morning and told that I would need to cover the rest of Lexer's classes for the semester. I've been calling her all morning, but I haven't been able to get through. Did this look? I know you and Lexer went on a date over break. I'm the only person here, she told, but it's not like her to just abandon her job so suddenly. Did something happen between you two? No. I mean, we had a great time. This doesn't make any sense to me. I know, me either. Oh, I'm Heather, by the way. Lexer's only friend on staff. So hi. Hi. So, Lacey, he asked. Right, Lacey, sorry, this whole thing has me kind of scattered, Heather said. Anyway, when I told the class I would be their teacher until Christmas break, they were all understandably upset, but Lacey kind of lost it. She started crying and repeating over and over that this was all her fault and she wanted Miss Lexi. This was over an hour ago and we still haven't been able to calm her down. I think it would be best if Lacey went home for the day. And if you're able to get in touch with Lexer, I think it would do Lacey a lot of good to see her. Right, of course. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Tell Lacey I'm coming, please. I will. And, if you talk to Lexer, ask her to call me. I'm worried, Heather said. I will. I'll be there in a few minutes. I'll see you soon. Nick rudely hung up without even bothering with a goodbye, as Robbie stared at him with a bemused expression. What the hell, man? Why would Lexer just quit? I don't know, but it can't be good. I'm gonna go get Lacey, then swing by Lexer's. You okay to hold things down here? Yeah, man, I got this, Robbie said. Just go take care of our princess. Oh, and don't lose Lexer, because I'm pretty sure Ma and Dad will disown you if Lexer just disappears. Oh, fuck off, and Nick said as he grabbed his coat and car keys. You love me. Robbie shouted after him as he ran to his truck. Not right now, arsehole. Robbie laughed, closing the office door, as Nick hopped into his truck. He was worried about both Lacey and Lexer, and as he pulled off the building site towards the school, he called Lexer, hoping she answered. Lexer. Lexer sat at her dining room table, eating mint chocolate chip from the container, watching as Angie paced and cursed, then cursed and paced some more. I just can't fucking believe these people. What year is it? What decade? What goddamn century? Who the hell even uses bastard anymore? The morally righteous pricks? What gives these fucking arseholes the right to talk to you like that? To fucking talk about TJ like that? God, I should fucking go down there and tell them what absolute pieces of shit they are. They don't fucking deserve you, and you are so much better than that fucktastic school. Besides, if they knew the truth. It doesn't matter, Lexer sighed. Like hell it doesn't matter. It fucking matters, Lex. Not that it should ever matter whether you're married or not if you have a kid. But you were fucking married. Well, widowed, but the conception part took place when you were married. Please never say that again, Lexer groaned as Angie ignored her. And now these holier-than-thou dickholes acting like they have the right to judge your decisions or your life. This is so fucking infuriating. Angie collapsed into the chair next to Lexer, snatching away her ice cream and shoving a big bite of it into her mouth. Lexer couldn't help but smile as she got up, grabbed a container of cookie dough ice cream, and sat back down. "Look, I've got the job at Jefferson," Lexer said placatingly. "I'm going down later today to sign the hiring paperwork." "That's not the point," Angie mumbled out around a mouthful of ice cream. "Babe, we went over talking with your mouth full when you were 3. Angie just flipped her off, stuffing another large scoop of ice cream into her mouth. Lexer sighed, leaning back in her chair. "Look, of course I'm pissed. They had no right to talk about me the way they did. I could see their concerns about Nick if Lacey was older, but there is no possible way I could give a kindergartner preferential treatment. And everything they said about TJ." Lexer stabbed the ice cream with a spoon. "It shouldn't have mattered if I was single, widowed, married, whatever, when he was born. No one cares about a parent's marital status or if a kid's born a bastard anymore. Well, except in George R. R. Martin land, where they make a much bigger deal over them than they should. Especially over Jon Snow. Ironically, yet another instance of a widowed mother, yet no one knew, so he was a bastard on the show. Do not get me started on Game of Thrones," Angie growled at her ice cream. "I still haven't forgiven them for ruining my girl." Lexer smirked. "Mine ended up as queen in the north, bitch, so I guess a certain red-headed diplomat learned how to play the game better than everyone. If you don't stop talking, I will find a dragon and murder you." They both chuckled before Angie glanced at her sister. "What were you going to tell Nick?" "The truth," Lexer shrugged. "That they had a problem with us and a problem with TJ. I already mentioned I was seriously considering leaving for Jefferson. It just ended up happening a lot sooner than I planned on." Lexer's phone rang again. She had been ignoring all calls, figuring she could just deal with everyone tomorrow, but she saw Nick's name and answered. "Hey." "Hey," he said, sounding rather harried. "I just got a call from a Heather at St. Thomas. She said you quit." "Yeah, I did." "Babe, what happened?" "Honestly, Arlene Davidson went to the administration, complaining that you and I were a couple, and sent them a picture of you, me, and TJ buying lumber as proof. Then they got on my case over TJ, and when they called him a bastard, I just snapped. I didn't want to be associated with a school that could say such hateful things about my son." There was a long pause, then Nick shouted. "They said what? Are you fucking kidding me? I really wish I was lying. I'm pulling Lacey out of that school. Today." Nick Lexer started, worried, before he cut her off. "No, that was completely wrong, Lexer. It shouldn't matter if you're a single mother or not, but they're punishing you for being a goddamn widow." "That's what I said." Angie yelled through a mouthful of ice cream. "Was that Angie?" "Yeah, she's here eating my ice cream and being righteously indignant," Lexer said. Angie flipped Lexer off before she grabbed the tub of cookie dough ice cream. "Well, I'm on my way to pick up Lacey. Do you think we can swing by?" Nick asked. "I have a meeting at Jefferson at 1 to sign my hiring papers, but otherwise, I'm free." "But, Nick, why are you picking Lacey up now? School just started." "Oh." "Nick," Lexer said, emphasizing his name. "Apparently she kinda lost it when you weren't there, and Heather told the class she was going to be their teacher until Christmas break." "Oh, Nick, Jesus, I'm so sorry. I knew this would upset her, but I didn't think it would be too bad." "Hey, none of this is your fault, okay?" he said. "But, oh, do you think we could come to Jefferson with you?" And enroll Lacey into your class for next semester? Yeah, I don't see why not. But, Nick, I really think you should talk this over with your family before making such a huge decision like moving schools. Trust me, they're gonna be on my side. None of us are gonna want Lacey at such a snotty, intolerant school, Theo and Summer included. Okay, she sighed after a moment. I'll see you guys when you get here. Kay, see you soon. Bye. Bye. Lexer hung up and set her phone back down, grabbing the ice cream container Angie currently wasn't eating out of. When she looked up, she noticed Angie was examining her with an inscrutable expression on her face. What? I honestly never thought I would say this, but you should marry that man. Yes, one of the good ones, Angie said casually. Lexer started choking slightly on her ice cream, coughing so she could swallow it. We've been on one date. Yeah, and you knew you were going to marry Travis after only a couple minutes when you were 6 years old. You and Love have a weird relationship. I do not love Nick Giovanni. Lexer spluttered. We're just getting to know each other. Oh, here. Whatever you say. Angie stood and kissed Lexer on the top of the head. I have to get to class. Are you going to be okay? Yeah. After Jefferson, I'm going to pick TJ up early from daycare so we can spend some time together. Dinner tonight? I'm in. Listen. Angie shrugged on her jacket and pointed at Lexer. Do not let those arseholes get in your head. You're an amazing teacher and an amazing mother. Don't forget that. Thanks, I think I really needed to hear that. Angie grinned as she walked to the door. Well, that's why I'm here. Pep talks, wrathful vengeance, and eating your food. Lexer laughed as the door shut behind Angie. She sighed then, shaking her head, as she put all the ice cream back into the freezer. It was almost time to see Nick and Lacey, then start the next part of her journey by signing the hiring papers at Jefferson.